Good evening and welcome. Wow, music just stopped as I tuned in. All right, it's Sunday again. It was Sunday yesterday with Factorio, and then it's Sunday today again with more Factorio, and then tomorrow will be Sunday again with more Factorio. Although tomorrow's Sunday will be a little bit later. So yeah, it's Sunday again today. Yeah, so I for some reason I just got a little bit hooked on Factorio again. It happens. It's not like I've been too much away from it, but it's one of those things where I have to be careful about my involvement in Factorio. Like having it on a weekly basis, it's always fine. But if I overdose on it, then I burn out. So it's just something I have to be really keen on listening to myself and not sort of overpromise like, oh, we're going to be doing this and it's going to continue all the way to the end, like no matter what. And then I'm like, yeah, now I committed myself to a space exploration playthrough that I hate after 2 sessions, and there's another 198 sessions left. So I should be careful about that. So basically what we're saying in terms of the other Factorio, like the workshop there here on Sunday is workshops, but the other ones where I decide to throw in some more Factorio will be just, Factorio is the easiest game for me to just load up and do stuff meaningfully. I don't have to get into another game, and I don't have to or if I pick up some random game and then I absolutely fall in love, but I'm going on vacation the next day, then that doesn't work. So something like Victoria is something we can always just, if I have 2 days between one vacation and the next vacation during the summer, and I want to stream one of those nights, well, Victoria is something we can always just put in the mix because, hey, we know where we are, we can easily follow, all that stuff. So I think that's going to be our our method or our principle over the summer, and then waiting for something else, like something to come along that will be like, hey, let's do a new series of this. It might be, it could be anything. But I also think that Shapes, I love Shapes too. I think it's a really good game. I'm going to be doing a little bit more on YouTube, but I don't think it worked very well on Twitch. Just streaming a whole night for 3 subs is just not really supportable. So because then I'm thinking like, right, really, should I be playing something else? And I don't know. So I think it was just like a nice chill game, but there wasn't enough new stuff to really warrant just replaying the whole thing again. And I don't know. Maybe that is the problem with Shapes 2, that we've been playing it and we've solved it, and there isn't really a whole lot left for us to do in that game. So we'll keep an eye on next major update and figure out if there's something there for us to warrant another playthrough, or it will just sort of go in and look at the new stuff and then leave it at that. So yeah, that's the plan. And then maybe Dyson Sphere will eventually come up with something. Maybe there'll be a random new game that we didn't know. Maybe we'll play some let's tries of random games that are coming out, or maybe we'll play some Darkest Dungeon at some point. It's really weird that I loved the Darkest Dungeon Kingdoms. It was really good. It was like exactly how Darkest Dungeon should be played, except that now they added another chapter, and I was like, yay, I want to play it. And I was like, but there's no Wayne June, and that's like Darkest Dungeon without Wayne June. I didn't think it would be that impactful, but it just kind of, it's missing something. Like, this is your favorite TV show, and then they kill off Pedro Pascal, and then it's only Bella Ramsey left, and it's just not really the same. You might like the show, not that I do, but you might like the show, but it was kind of the linchpin that got taken out. It was the most important and interesting character, and now we're just left with something else that's just not carrying it. Hello, Isolde. Thank you for the 33 months. Welcome home. So I do think that Darkest Dungeon without Wayne June is really difficult, and they need to find a way, and it's really difficult for them as well. I really appreciate that they're saying we're not going to be doing AI voice of sort of simulating it and all that stuff. I would really appreciate they didn't do that. I think that they should do something completely different for the next major thing they do, which will be next year, because this year will be the 3 Kingdoms updates, and I want to play them at some point, but it's just when indeed. So we'll see. Definitely, it's definitely happening, maybe at some point. So that's the plan. And I don't know, Dyson Sphere program. I'm really looking forward to that coming out, but we don't know when that is. That might be Christmas. So I just it would be nice if they just change completely, like female voiceover to pay tribute to the original. Exactly. That's exactly what I'm. That's exactly what I suggested last time. Like a female voiceover, just to make it like, if they do another male voice, it might be a really good voice. Let's say they get, I can't remember what his name is, but the guy who voices Kratos, and it's like super amazing voice actor, but you know, it's not Wayne June. Or they get someone else, and then all we'll say is it's not Wayne June. So if they have a female, Christopher Judge, yes. So if they, or Mark Hamill for that matter, if they sort of go a completely different direction, then we can't. For example, the most obvious completely different direction would be a female narrator. Would be okay. You know, it's not Wayne June. It's something else. They took a deliberate decision and went away. Ooh! They should get Karagi, drummer from Expanse. Love her voice. But then again, I'm a little bit biased there. Avasarala. Yeah, that's a distinct voice for sure. That's a very distinct. But the thing is, Avasarala without the swearing just isn't really. I can't remember her real name, but it's a little bit. Yeah, that's a. Yeah. She's also voiced. She voiced someone in a Star Wars game, I think. Wasn't that she voiced someone in I feel that there is a Star Wars reference. I was like, I know that voice. But it was swearing a lot less. Can we find out if that's true? She does quite a lot of voice acting. Yeah. So that would be a good idea. We'll suggest that. Yeah, Shuri, yeah, not certain as well. Yes. Amaran in Mass Effect. Well, I haven't played Mass Effect, so that doesn't really resonate with me. Yeah, so we definitely have something is gonna happen, and we have good old Factorio, and maybe, you know, maybe something happens in that factory, although I doubt it. Oh, there's also, by the way, I haven't talked about it, and I want to talk a little bit about it. The new or the upcoming Oxygen Not Included away team to be announced. So that is basically a single player or single dupe version of Oxygen Not Included, where a dupe accidentally launches himself with a rocket and lands on a planet. And that looks really good, because two things. The fact that it's a single player, or not, so no, single dupe, means that there's gonna be a lot more focus on automation, because you can't have one person running around doing everything. That's kind of my logic to it. The other thing is that some of the things they are highlighting are some of the things that they're really talking to the people who have abused the hell out of the mechanics in the current one. Like some of the stuff, like every tile is like real-time gas, liquid, and heat simulation. Farm with style, manipulate the world. So the fact that they're doing some of the things, the fact that they are looking at the engine for Oxygen Not Included and go like, yeah, this can't be fixed. This is just broken. There are some inherent things that just are abused so much, like the fact that you can only have one solid or liquid or gas in a single tile. So, you know, those kind of things where that will be abused. And some of the thermal things as well. So all those things, then they can kind of just rebuild the engine and then think about the things that we abused and then try to fix it. But it might also be a KSP2, which you never know. But it does look like the scope of the game is smaller. KSP2 was too ambitious. But then you can't name the dupes. That's correct. That is correct, but I can name one dupe. So, Assassin's Creed as well. Is there another Assassin's Creed in the works? Because we have a Oh, Assassin's Creed. Oh, right. Yeah, she was in Assassin's Creed. That's where it wasn't a Star Wars thing. It was Assassin's Creed as yeah, that's true. Um, on a prehistoric planet? No, that's not it. It's yeah, it's a new away team game, and I think it looks interesting. I don't know how deep it's gonna be and how yeah. I don't know. I don't know. We'll definitely play it, but whether it's a 500 hours or 50-hour game, we don't know yet. We'll have to see. So, but it has sort of the cute look of oxygen not included. Well, but we don't know. There's nothing about it. Just says to be announced, but it doesn't tell us anything if that's next year or if it's in a couple of months or something. But it's announced, so that's the start. Because oxygen not included, I can't really play that anymore. It has sort of it has boxed itself in a or painted itself in a corner or something like that, where like it's gotten too complicated and too many moving parts and too much. You have to understand how to abuse the game mechanics, and then you're not really playing the game. You're sort of meta playing the game, and that becomes less interesting. I don't even know what Kingdom Come Deliverance 1 and 2 is. What sort of buffs do you think would be needed to make using trains worth it compared to Volcanus production? Okay, that's a great question. I think, yeah, Sujin, the train car size is the first thing, but it doesn't change much. It's gonna make it go from completely useless to being like marginally useful. It's the thing is that trains are take a hell of a lot of effort to set up, but once you have set up a train network, then adding more trains is a very low effort. So it's not so much about the individual train have to be worth it, but it is the fact that do you need to have a train network? Because having just a train going back and forth, that's not where trains really shine. They shine by having everything connected to the train network and logistics handled by the train network with train limits and everything just routing itself, and you can add more and it'll sort of root itself out. Lovely. I love it. But it doesn't. The thing is, with the production speed and like the way the volcanoes work, it just doesn't make sense to do that. The way Fulgora works, yeah, you use trains a little bit in the beginning, but they are not really very good, and you're really constrained by those trains. So then the next part is like Aquilo is fine for trains. It's actually the train planet because you really want to transport the liquids back, and that's trains are really good for that. The Gleba, definitely not a train place. Yeah, I don't know. I think that you could say train size, but honestly, they would be a decent candidate for train networks. I think the logic of it would be like, oh, but if you build it so far away, then because it has so short spoilage time, then you want to be bringing it back fast with trains instead of slowly with belts. Yes, that's the logic of it. It just doesn't work like that. That's not how it works. Because if you want to build something remote, you build it, launch it into a rocket, and you forget about it. And I think that's the reason why trains are not very useful anymore. Because the logistics is no longer internally on the planet. It's just build something, send it up. So you really want to avoid the whole idea of just many different components bringing back to one place and then build it, which is you kind of had to when it was on Navis. You also sort of had geographically, since everything was on one plane, it could only spread out in one direction. Now it's on 5 different planets, so it can spread out in multiple layers. So each layer will be smaller. Plus the machines are so much faster that basically the base is just way smaller in space age than it is in normal. Like I think a 1 million science per minute space age factory is going to be smaller in number of entities than a 10,000 science per minute in vanilla, which means that and then it's also spread out on 5 different planets. So yeah, so I don't think there's anything that you can I don't think there's one magic fix that will just make trains really good, because spaceships are so much easier to manage. Dawn's Morning, thank you for the tier 3 for 39 months. Ooh, keep it coming. I will do my very best. Doesn't building on volcanoes rule itself out in a very long run because of the limitation of cargo landing pad? No, not really. I did. It doesn't. It doesn't really do that. Especially, I thought so too, but I don't think so anymore. So, we built a really good design yesterday, and I think that's easily supportable of up to 2 million signs per minute. I think so. I don't know, but I think so. And that's definitely enough. But upcoming the House of Tesla. It's like a Myst clone. Figured might be interesting since you like blueprints. If it's... I hated Myst. I think I played Myst a little bit because everyone was like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. But then I played it and it was really boring. House of Pandas. I don't think that game exists. When I tried... Oh, right, then maybe it's because I don't spell it correctly. Ha! House of Tesla. There you go. We will just add it to wish list. And 2025. Ooh, it looks good. This looks very much like a puzzle game in the same... Maybe even sort of more puzzle gamey. And it's nice steampunk-ish. I love it. Yeah, this looks great. Thank you for recommending it. This definitely looks like something I'd want. So, I tried something like yesterday's landing pad built in editor and managed 1 million SPM pretty easily with 10k legendary bots. Yeah. I'm totally got Railborn. I'm not sure it sounds interesting, but it'll also be ridiculous. I think it looks more ridiculous than fun. The fact that everything is like, when I looked at it, it was like, oh, so it's Fortnite on a train, because this build style looks more like Fortnite than it looks like Valheim or Icarus or anything like that. So I don't need another blueprints in my life. Oh, yeah. It's a highly rated open world RPG game. Yeah, but I'm not interested. Has it been released in the last 2 weeks? No, then I'm not interested. It's very simple. Like, if there's a game that's been out for several years and I haven't played it, I'm not gonna play it. So there are very, very few exceptions to it. And yeah, an RPG game is certainly not it, because I don't really... RPG games are death to my channels. So it has to be something completely magical. Like, I loved God of War, Elden Ring. Yeah, I'm gonna play more Elden Ring when there's another Elden Ring game coming out, or Dark Souls, or whatever. So, yeah. What upcoming games are you keeping on? Not really anything. Like, I don't have any major upcoming games that we're like really looking forward to in terms of sort of new releases. There's nothing. Yeah, there's no one big factory game that's on the horizon that's really gonna just knock our socks off, unfortunately. But you know, there will be some. Eventually, and we'll keep an eye. Remember, I keep saying this. Dyson Share program. Never heard of it before 2 weeks before it came out, or maybe 1 week before it came out. It was just, it came out of nowhere. So I'm just kind of, another Dyson Sphere program coming out of nowhere would be amazing. I'd take that, please. Oh damn, they're trying to show me new factory games. Yes, and I very much will. But I don't know. I think there's a lot of movement in the genre as such, but I don't see any big contenders. Like, from the first time we saw Dyson Sphere, we knew that this had something. From the first time we saw Satisfactory, we knew this was something. When we saw Tectonica or Foundry or Icarus or The Crust or any number of other games, we did not have that that impression. We were like, I mean, it's probably going to be fun. It'll be fun for a little bit. It'll be like 5 episodes on YouTube fun and 5 to 10 streams fun, but nothing. Hey, Kiwi Cola, thank you for the 1000 bit cheer. Very nice. You could have won a big hype train yesterday with that. there's just so many. Dawn Apart, no. Final Factory. I'm just kind of looking through the games that we played. Oh, Spark. Outworld Station was also like something that was like, ooh, no. Riftbreaker. Riftbreaker was fun, but it was just like, oh, it's not a factory game. You kind of cheated me into playing it. Damn, I have a lot of games actually. Microtopia. Microtopia again was something that I honestly didn't think it would be that fun, but it turned out to be way more fun than I thought. Because it was unique enough, but it just didn't have the smoothness of play. It was just a little bit too cumbersome to play the game, and it was such a shame because there was just so much content that we never got to see because it was just kind of locked away by sort of man, yeah, it's just so tedious setting up new mining locations all the time, and because it's a lot of hassle to set it up. So, and then new island and this thing and everything was just degrading all the time. So it had a good concept, but it was a little bit too fragile. Like if Captain Industry is too fragile in my opinion, then Microtopia was even more fragile. It was just like the fact that they lasted 5 to 10 minutes was just way too little. So yeah, Dwarf Fortress is too old. Yeah, it's quite unappealing. I know. I even looked at it when it relaunched on Steam, and I was like, there's no way I'm gonna touch that game. No way in hell. Like, Factorio is the lowest limit of what I can endure watching. It just, yeah. So, I don't know. We'd like to see another Satisfactory. But it's a really good game. So is Chess and Go, but they're just not really games for me. And Russian Roulette as well. Probably really good and really exhilarating game. It's just not my kind of game. Right? So, and Fortnite is probably a great game as well. Again, just not my kind of game. So, yeah. So, I'm not worried. First of all, there's a vacation coming up. Then now we're diving more into Factorio. Then we'll find some other things. Why don't you get my train science novice build done? You can you critique it on Discord? Probably not. To be honest, it's I don't like doing that because I'm not very nice, and it's just kind of hating on other people's builds, and that's not really something I want to do. So I'll let other people build their thing, and then yeah, then if there's something I like, I might go like, ooh, that's cool. But I'm not going to be sitting down and analyzing it and go like, well, this one is going to hit this limit and stuff like that, right? Now, this is quite a random thought, but if you entertain me, I somehow got reminded of Factory Idol, so I was wondering whether you would hypothetically be interested in a stream that is more talking with occasional breaks for puzzling out and expansion production and then back to interaction. I have no idea what you mean. Isn't that what we're doing right now, except we don't have something on the background? Because that seems like exactly... The problem with that is, as soon as I do what I just did, chat is quiet. Just no, oh man, treasure train. The chat just becomes super quiet, and then all we talk about is just Factorio. So in the beginning, we can do that, but very soon, as soon as we jump in, the conversation is just dead. And that's I wish I could do something about it, and there's of course something I can do, but we can have good conversations before we jump into the game. But as soon as the game is on, then it's just sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. And then I'm looking at chat, and there's nothing going on. And then of course I can do my part, but then I also ask questions, and then I wait, and then I wait, and then I wait, and then I'm like, okay, there's just nothing here. So back to just designing. Yeah. I'm missing the Darkest Friday with the deep interactions. Me too. Mercure, thank you for the 11 months. I wish Bombs and Biters. Bombs and Biters was. Okay, when I'm talking interaction, I'm not talking like bits and subs in this case. It's more was sort of conversations in chat, because sometimes someone comes in and starts a conversation topic, and we can just go on for 20 minutes about this topic, and I love it. But me preparing topics for every day that, oh, actually, did you think about is, and there might not be something that you want to interact with, but someone someone bringing up topics is always like really nice for me, because it's so much easier to have a topic thrown into the mix and then just jump on it and be a little bit radical on my thoughts on it, than it is to sort of me sitting there preparing a long list of conversation topics like, well, did you know that? And I'm also gaming, so sometimes hard to interact. Oh, absolutely. I expect everyone is sort of, or a lot of people are gaming in the background. When I had, so let me start up um something that I find difficult as well. So now, because Sujin said this morning when I got out of bed, I realized that my life is so different from most of your life that a lot of things are just completely unrelatable.
Welcome home.
Insora, thank you for the tier 1 for 6 months in advance. Thank you, 12 months at all. Um, and and that unrelatable is, it makes it a little bit hard to, like, I don't get up and go to work. I don't have an annoying boss anymore. I can remember vaguely how it was, but that's not really the same. So a lot of the stuff that's is yeah. Can't forget my hands, the perfect combination. Seems stitching, right? And I've just gotten so much pushback on sort of random topics that I don't know. I got a little bit scared away from it, to be honest, and I really wish that I could share more of who I am on stream, because I felt that one of the things that I really loved about being a content creator when I started was the fact that I could sort of share my war stories from the corporate universe with you guys, and I loved it, you loved it, and we could have good conversations about it. That's just not my life anymore. But my life now, outside of gaming, is not something that is going to be pushing people away from the stream. Understandable, but it also just, I have to respect that the people come here for factory games and not for sort of factory games and then some adult conversations, right? Could you imagine yourself going back to corporate work? No, I could not. I have been. I've been. Okay, so not long ago, I drove past the headquarters for my own company, and I got, I. It's so tempting to say like, oh, I got chills and ooh, like chills running down my neck, and like, oh. No, I didn't. But it was kind of this cold sensation of looking at it and just going like, yeah, that that there's, I have, I thought about it, and I was talking with my girlfriend there, and we were sort of talking about it, and I was like, I have no good memories. Like, I have been working for that company for 9 years, and I couldn't come up with a single good memory. There was nothing that was like, oh my god, this was so great. I mean, it was all just like the milestones, whatever. Who gives a shit? Like, it was just some new software got implemented. Whoop de fucking do. That's not something I can go cheer and celebrate about like many years later. Okay, so then the people. Yeah, but you're never really that close with the people. So really, and as the more I thought about it, like how disappointing that actually was, that I could I could just think about like, I I've been working for that company for many years, and there was just nothing. There's no good memories from it. And I can't imagine that that company was any better or worse than any other blue chip company. 9 years and no fun memories. Damn, that sucks. I think it's because the bar I set is different. Because as I said, like, yeah, we had some milestones where we weren't really cheering about it, but we had a sense of accomplishment that we made this, and wow, we actually got this done, and it was difficult, and we got it anyway, and whew. But looking back on it, did it matter? Not really. Was it worth it? Not really. Like, did it have to be that difficult? No, not really. Did we break a lot of eggs, and that wasn't really necessary to make that omelet? Yeah, and I think that's the essence of it. That's why those things that looked nice, sort of in my new version of myself, doesn't look that great. Because of course I know that you need to implement the new version of whatever enterprise software you are using in your company, and that is important for that company and for the company to keep running, and all companies need this, and so on and so on. I just don't feel any sense of accomplishment from it. I don't feel that there was anything about this that was awesome. Like, if I'm thinking about one thing, then it might be like I did a presentation for the CEO once, and that was like, from a career perspective, like really awesome that me, sort of more junior executive, was getting to sit down with the CEO and had his undivided attention for half an hour, and then actually stretched it to 45 minutes because he was asking so many questions. Like, that was like, from a career perspective, like, that's fucking awesome. But right now I'm like, it's just a guy. Right? He just happened to be his company. Like, that doesn't make him any more special. It's not because he was particularly interesting. He was just the guy with the most power. So it doesn't do anything for me anymore. And I think that's the part that my present self don't really care about, the stuff that was like major achievements back then. So no, I can't imagine going back to that. And it brings up another interesting question or issue: is what the hell am I going to do if this thing doesn't pan out? Like, what if Amazon figures out, like, you know what, Twitch has been running a deficit for a long time. Fuck it, close the shit down. And YouTube and EU get angry with each other, and YouTube goes like, well, fuck it, no YouTube in the EU. They're like, oh, guess I don't have a platform to work on anymore. So, anyone remember Mixer? I remember Mixer. So, so that's, there is a non-zero chance that sort of the floor can just disappear from under me, from any number of reasons that are completely and utterly outside of my control. Like, how many people built a business on Facebook only for that to sort of be yanked away just because, well, Mark Zuckerberg wanted to go another direction and he didn't want that kind of thing. And I am not blind to these things, and I know that they can definitely happen in space. However, the flip side of it is, if you work a salaried job, there's also a chance that you get fired tomorrow, and then you have to go out and find a new job. And for me, most likely, my job is not going to disappear from one day to the next. Thank you, patrons. So even if sort of I stop making content now, I will still have some kind of revenue a year from now, just from people forgetting to cancel, just out of that. It wouldn't be much, but it might like be 10%, but it'll be something. And then a little bit from YouTube revenue as well, if I just sort of stop making it, right? So, yeah. Yeah, true, most people just don't realize, yeah. I never had that need for position worship. My last place is nearly the company party. At the end, the CEO walks up and asks how I am, and we have back and forth a bit. Yeah. Deco died, like Terraria, but aggressive at night. That sounds awful in every way, so no, I have not. There's a shift in mindset at some point when you realize that living is more important than someone else's goals. Yes, Sujin, I think I want to elaborate a little bit more on that one. Um, I think that I spent my 30s chasing my career. And then when I was 39 or maybe 37, I started sort of going like, why? Why am I doing this? Is this what I'm going to do until I'm 60, 75 and then just drop dead? Or why am I doing this? Like what is the goal I'm chasing? Because I had sort of from the beginning of my career it was like advancing, just another promotion, another responsibility, and then I'd sort of taken a number of steps, and I had lots of responsibility, a good salary, good sort of domain to manage, and I was like, okay, it could get bigger. I could be like a director of all of this. Oh, and then I could, but then, but why? But why? What, that is that should not be the goal. That should be the means to a goal. Like if I achieve this, then I can finally buy a boat and sail around the world because that's what I always wanted. It's not. But if you have something like that as a dream, then it becomes the job becomes a mean to an end. But if the job becomes an end in and of itself, oof, then that's problematic, in my opinion. And that's why I completely sort of lost all interest in that job and sort of looked for something else. And then there was this thing, like Factorio. It was gaming. It was content creation. That was my passion, and that was awesome. So, what's the smelter doing in the middle? It's just annihilating molten iron because of it. We can I need to produce more molten iron to produce more stone to keep this flowing. So this one is just blinking to delete liquid. It's a little silly. So, I was wondering some time ago, from Fennec, what do you think of the following suggestion to handle raises in any publicly traded company? Whatever amount percentage they pay as dividend to share, they also have to pay as raise to all employees. I find that thought kind of interesting, although there will be a shit ton of problems as well. Yeah, it doesn't work. There we go. Because you just increased your cost base. If you have a really good year, there is Corona and you are delivering, you're making N95 masks and you are just absolutely booming. Then you make a killing this year and you pay it out to the shareholders and it's great. But if you have to also increase the cost base the next year, they're like, well, we're out of business because our cost base is too big. So it's an idealized dream that doesn't have any merit. What you can do and probably should do is saying we want our employees to have some part in the success of the company, so we offer share options to our employees. Then you can sort of go like, hey, everyone gets an opportunity to get options, either paid or whatever it is, and then when there is like a good year, then you pay it out, and everyone who's employed goes like, yay, I got my one stock and it paid off something, and I'm happy. Then that's a viable way of doing it, but it's absolutely not viable to increase the cost base of your company, because then you're just killing yourself slowly or fast, depending on how much. Hmm. Would you move countries if YouTube, Twitch closed in the EU? Nope, because kids and like community, and I really love living in Denmark. It's a very progressive and liberal country, and I absolutely love it here. I could move maybe to Sweden or Norway or maybe Germany, but that's about it. They're all EU still, so yeah. How means that the means become the end. Yes, exactly, and that's like in an anecdote. Man lies under a tree and chills. Nice dressed guy walks past and asks, "What are you doing? Why aren't you working? Why you need money?" And to lean back and relax. Why are we doing that? Ah, yeah, yeah. That's the thing. I think that you should work to live, but society has this idea that everyone should be a good little worker drone and just work. Like the insanity of it when you sort of break the mold, and I go on a long rant now, or I have gone on a long rant. Like the insanity of The normal life is that from your turning 18 or whenever you graduate from whatever school you graduate from, 40 hours a week of for the rest of your working life until you're so old that you don't work anymore is for someone else. That's just your job. And damn, you got to be make sure that because those 40 hours a week are the best hours of the day, and those are now belonging to someone else. For almost everyone, they belong to someone else. Like even for me, like the amount of money I make compared to the amount of money that Bezos makes off of me is he's probably making more off of me than I am, right? So how many years do I have in Factorio? 8,600 and something something. Common stock is an interesting deal. Usually it doesn't amount to much money, but I was fortunate, got a nice size grant, and the stock has gone from 30 to 400. That adds up. Yes, exactly. That's for me. That was why I had to get fired. It was it was a lot. It was basically because I got fired. I could afford a whole year without income, which was exactly what I needed to know in order to get started as a content creator. Just knowing that I don't have to make anything the first year, and then I can still survive. Of course, you don't want to be sort of just seeing your your savings just getting burned down every week, every month, but you really want to see it sort of and then going up again. But it's nice to know, and it gives you the comfort to actually go out and experiment. So, yeah. Getting new responsibility and freedom can also bite you. After 13 years as just a little cog in the machine, I am now in a position where I'm allowed to just order a new Kubernetes cluster and servers and such without asking permission. That's so freeing, but needs a lot of mental adjustment as well. I'm see. Oh my god, it triggers me what you're saying, Panic, and not because there's anything wrong with it, but you're saying like, oh, new freedoms and responsibilities, and oh, this is so good because now I can. If you had said, take half a year off to spend some time with my kids, and I was like, awesome. If you said like, oh, I always wanted to travel the world, so now I can that. I have the means, but you said you can order Kubernetes servers without asking anyone. Like, that really shouldn't be the goal. That should not be what you need. But that should not be the prize that you get for more for working hard for 13 years. You work hard for 13 years and you can just do more work. Like it should be like you worked hard and now you're in a position where I can take 2 months off every year because fuck it, that's the condition I've set to the company. They know I'm that good, so they have accepted it, and I take 2 months off and I can do whatever I want. Like, yes, love it, but or work part time. Like that's the stuff that I was seeing was be the objective of it, not the I can now do more work without someone looking over my shoulder. And I know, it's yeah, but it was just it triggered me because it was the wrong kind of of price you were emphasizing for me. But then again, also realize my age and I am extremely hedonistic. I am all about like instant gratification. But why does a copper plate make a flashing LDS? But it's just because it's annihilating iron plate, iron molten iron here. So it just deletes it. Everything that goes in, then it gets deleted, and that means these ones keep working more. And since they keep working more, then they produce more stone, and I need the stone to keep this line fed. Yeah, that's right. I worked as an employee for 20 years. When I became my own bum, it was more work. Then when I started to employ others, it was different work. It's definitely different. And I also think that I did a lot more. I worked a lot more, but it was for myself now, which is so rewarding. Like I've done some things, I've saved some disasters in my company, and like things that were just so close to going wrong. And because I caught it, it didn't go wrong, and everything didn't catch on flames and explode at the same time. And then what was the benefit of it? Best case, a pat on the shoulder. More likely than not, being scolded for stopping something. Like And it was like, fucking hell, this would have cost us 10 million in compliance or something like that. And all I got was a lousy t-shirt. And I didn't even get a t-shirt. I got best case, a pat on the back. But now if I do something brilliant, then it's for me. If I do something bad, it's on me. I like that direct interaction, instead of being like, it doesn't really matter, because you realize in a corporate world that the bar to set, you work, most people work really hard to advance and hold their own and be proud of the work they do, but you also can look around and see the bar to the minimum amount of effort you could put into a job to just not get fired is incredibly low, like incredibly low for most companies. And sure, you probably don't want to be gambling that close to the edge, but it is just interesting that it's that all that extra effort from the absolute minimum up to what you're delivering, who's paying for that? You're paying for it. That's your extra time. That's your extra stress. That's your extra everything. It's not, and you do it for free. You do it out of sort of the prospect of getting promoted down the line. So, actually, I had a year off last year, full pay, because my old company closed down. Come with new position is something different context, and turn not my goal to work for work's sake. Oh, the CEO's second yacht. Yeah, exactly. That's the point. The second yacht. Like, come on, work harder. I need a second yacht. Yeah, sometimes you need to have flames, and then you can just go, I told you so, but that's not. Strafers will work hard, will hard focus on single turret and try to circle it. Focus, betting that other turrets exist and wandering into their attack range. That I don't know about that. What exactly? I think they aggro on something, and the stuff they aggro on, they go for that. Which means that something that has a little bit longer range, they'll go for that and not stay at range. I think that's how biters work. If you do something brilliant, you get a hype train. No. Company I work for went 2,000 to 3,000 location in 2 years. I joined in October. I worked 32 hours a week. I was given 240 and a bag of goodies. After I joined, I was invited to work trip park, all inclusive. I'm not one for blind corporate loyalty, but as long as these guys treat me as a valued person, I'm not looking for the door. Yeah, and of course, and it should be that. I think that it's just, you said corporate loyalty. You know, it doesn't exist. It's a scam, because it doesn't go the other way. There has never been a company that said, you know, he's definitely the slowest, but he's been with us for 20 years and he's been doing good work. And yeah, he's slowing down a little bit on his old days, but we keep him around. Well, okay, there are companies that do that, but I had a good friend, good colleague, who was also my boss at some point, and then I talked to him someday, and he was really down. I was like, what's up? And we went to a meeting room, and he was like, yeah, this new department I took over, we have been working on outsourcing this to Poland, and we're actually done with this. So now I have to go fire them. And this guy, he's worked 33 years for this company, and I have to let him go. He's been working the last 2 years on making himself redundant. Today's the day that he is now redundant. I can't offer him anything because he's not very good. But yeah, and he knew that this guy, 55 years old, worked all his life for one company. He could not get another job. Like, it's just, and it's not like he can refuse, because then some other manager comes and does the job for him, and he will be the next one out the door. But again, you're signing up to be part of that machine that just throws people out, makes them dig their own grave, and then once the grave is dug, then you just kick them in and go like, well, if I didn't kick you in, someone else would. Shovel the dirt over them. Hello, Tallman. Thank you for the tier 2 for 73 months. And that's the kind of thing, when you see that, or even always have to experience that, then you're gonna be like, yeah, there is no such thing as corporate loyalty. It is something that is that HR is saying to you, so you don't go look for a job. Like, oh, loyalty, blah 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 blah. Like, fuck off. They'll sack you anytime. Like, Corona comes along and there's a mandate, just get cut 10% of the workforce, and the manager goes like, expensive, don't like, and that's just the way it is. So I think in very small companies like three ones might have the loyalty going both directions, like tradesmen and such. I think that yes and no, because that loyalty, I now I actually it's just gonna be a wholehearted no. Like loyalty means that you do something despite what you should be doing. You are going to be like, oh, I should fire you, but I'm not because you've been loyal to me. Not going to happen. If you're sitting in a company and you have 3 employees, you can't afford to have 33% of your salary base being unproductive. You have to cut the dead weight. And there's no such thing about loyalty. But if you are sitting there, you're going to be preaching all about loyalty and company spirit and our little and we're little with using the family. We're like a family. Except I'm going to fire you if that contract doesn't come in because I don't know. It's either you or me who doesn't get paid, and I prefer it's you. So much for that family spirit. So I don't. In a cooperative, yeah, but then it's not really loyalty, isn't it? Because then everyone's got skin in the game. I'm just being cynical because of the path that I've taken, but I just don't think so. Like if you keep someone on who you shouldn't be keeping on because oh they've been doing a great work, I can see that might be doing something like okay you're I don't know 65 and you can retire with full pension at 67. Sure, we'll make some arrangement that we can keep you on for the next 2 years or something. I can see that, but yeah, public sector is different because they're not under some not under the same principles in terms of sort of turning a profit. So, yeah, got to go dinner. Yes. So anyway, I think that I am I'm burned on this, and I've seen it. I've seen the dark side, so I don't believe in it anymore. Um, and I do think that, of course, there's something, and there's people you like having around, and they're not going to be the first to be fired and all that stuff. But at the end of the day, if you have to, because it's also another, it's another thing. Like you're looking at a company, like 4 people company, and you're sitting there. I have 3 employees. Like, okay, the contracts are not coming in. What am I going to do? I can stop paying myself, or I can stop paying one of them, or we can all go reduce our salary, or we can just burn through the last of our capital and then just go tits up and go like, well, I didn't want to fire anyone, so now we're all out of a job. So yeah, it is weird. Well, let's jump. Just looking at the blue science build, is there space to make plastics so you can complete self-sufficient? No. Uh, Maybe, but it doesn't matter because I don't want to. It's also yeah, I don't know how much plastic it actually is we need. It's about 1-to-1. So it's only like 4 plastic. That's not actually that much. But then I'd still need to bring coal inbound. So then it's just coal instead of plastic I bring in, and 1 coal becomes 2 plastic plus a little bit more. So yeah, no. Yeah, loyalty, I think in a corporate environment doesn't really work. And then now I'm saying corporate because corporate is something bigger than a 3-person tradesman, or you and your buddy starts a company together, and then you'll probably just crash and burn together as well. It's the same the other way around. You offer training, special benefits, a comfortable home office, and as soon as the next headhunter calls, the employer is gone. In this respect, I agree that loyalty is out of place, but respect and open approach to the situation is important. It's about the employer time versus salary, nothing more, nothing less. I think you can also you should think about it like, are you giving someone an education so they get better at your job, or are you giving them like education or this certificate so that because they want it? Like, is it a perk? Is it part of your salary package that you're saying, okay, I need to keep you employed, and in order to keep you employed, I'm going to give you a nice cozy home office, I'm going to do this and this and this. Then it's just part of the salary. And someone else comes offers a better salary, Yeah, but this was part of the salary. Um, this is why you don't want to give certifications. You want to give something that teaches skills but doesn't give a certification for it. People leave at the first headhunter because upper growth in companies these days don't really exist, or a million other things, or it could just be like, hey, I need to try something new. But I've had this issue where I had someone who was young and skilled, and I knew that it was my job as manager to keep him happy, whatever the hell that meant. Like, I needed to give him challenges, and I needed to give him space to grow. I didn't do that out of the kindness of my heart. I did that because he was eligible to be headhunted, and I wanted to make sure that he did not get headhunted. So I gave him courses, I gave him all sorts of shit because I knew that was what I needed to do to retain him on my team. I didn't do it for loyalty. I didn't do it for any other reason. Like, he was a nice guy, but there was also other nice guys where I go like, sorry, there's no room, no budget for education because they were not at risk of being headhunted. And yeah, it was a test manager. It was a really good test manager who knew had all the skills and also on top of that, people skill. So he could sit down with product owners or the business and explain to them why testing was important, why structured test was important, what the difference was between unit testing, functional testing, regression testing, user acceptance testing, all that stuff. He could do that. He was like insanely good. And test managers, they're fucking expensive when they so it was just part of the package. It was just part of the cost of having him employed. He didn't get much salary because he was in Poland, so he got a good Polish salary. But I just threw everything at him because there was so from that perspective when he said I'm actually got he came to me and said he got an offer and I was like, yeah, of course you did. Is there anything we can do to keep you around? And we had a conversation and we did come up with agreement. And I was like, I can do this now, but I can't keep doing this. So then that was just like that's just part of his salary package, nothing more than that. Right. It's about the ones come late wearing a new suit kind of leverage. Yeah, or the fact that when I started having two phones, my company phone and my private phone, my boss was like, why do you have two phones? You get a company phone that you can use privately. I was like, I'm not always going to be employed here, am I? Just get that drift. Hello, Draco Falcone. Welcome. What's the didn't renew my contract because they had an upper limit on how many permanent employees they were allowed to have. Quota was met when I was hired, remained met when my year was up. They constantly approve, train, and then terminate new recruits when the year's up. Oh, that's lovely. Yeah. It's also like I have I'm from Poland and working for a Swedish company. What was the salary difference if he was Danish? Probably a factor two. Like he was at that point, like it changed over the time when I was manager. When we started, we could hire really skilled junior IT people in Poland at dime a dozen. But then over the years, we found out that we didn't just want like junior IT people like support or developers. We also needed like the heavy hitters, the architects, the test managers, those kind of thing. And then I had to talk to my boss and explain to him like we don't go to Poland because they're cheaper. We go to Poland because the market is Denmark in Copenhagen is dead. We cannot find good architects in Denmark. It's just impossible. So going to Warsaw, you have a lot more recruiting base, and they're going to cost the same. If you want to get like a Salesforce developer or SAP consultant or some finance Oracle or something like or AWS or something like that, you're going to pay exactly the same anywhere. Maybe not India, but then you get. But in Europe, it's not really going to be a difference. But then again, hiring someone in Sweden is really expensive. So you really always want to avoid hiring people in Sweden. Saying as that as a Dane, Sweden is the worst place. It's impossible to fire people, and you pay a fortune in pension, and there's all sorts of weird regulations. So yeah, don't hire people in Sweden. So so, and there's also another the the mentality in Denmark. If a boss, or in the US, if the boss comes and says, do this, and you go like, why? Because I told you so. You're expected to do it because he's the boss. um in Denmark, boss comes, do this, and you go like, why? He goes like, because I told you so. Then we'll go, why? 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 We'll just insist to no end on getting an explanation that I understand. I'm not going to do it until I understand why I should do it. And I don't care if you're my boss or you're high powered here. I need to understand why you want me to do this. And I'll voice my. Sweden, they'll be like, no, I don't think I want to do that. I don't think that's the right way to do it. I'm going to do it this way instead. And it's a caricature, but this is kind of what I experienced, was that you couldn't just tell someone in Denmark, like, you would have to have a dialogue and explain the reasoning. But in Sweden, it was, even if you explained the reason, and ultimately, if they didn't agree, they would be like, no. But, nah, that's not how it works. I'm not going to do that. Oh, oh. Then I guess I'll have someone else do it. So, yeah, working with Danes is difficult. Working with Swedes is a little more difficult, in my humble, uneducated opinion. My boss would want me to understand why I'm supposed to do anything, so I do it right. Absolutely, but there are also things that sometimes I also want to give the reasoning, and sometimes the reason is bad. Sometimes it's, I know we both agree that this is a bad solution. But sometimes I've argued this case to the executives, and they insist that this is a good solution. And at this point, I can't argue anymore. We have to do the solution, and then we're going to have to take the fallout when it doesn't work. That's also an explanation. And that's where the Swede would go like, nope, not going to do it. I'm not going to make a bad solution, which is fine. Working with Danes was easy. Getting Danes to do work was a bit harder. I know. I can understand that. Also often know how to do your job better than your direct superior. Absolutely. This is why I always just kind of, when I got some pushback, I was like, you have to explain it to me. Like, I'm your manager. I need to explain why this is a bad. If you can't explain it to me why we shouldn't do this, or if I'm saying, hey, business wants something, and you say, no, oh no, then you have to be able to explain it to me so I can turn around and explain it back again. You can be more technical with me than I can be with the executive, but I also need to understand why this is a bad idea. My boss would probably be the first one to say, nope, we're not going to do the bad solution. Yeah. And you do that, and then you're not the boss anymore, because, everyone has a boss, and there's always someone up higher up. And at some point, maybe you also have to acknowledge that it doesn't matter if you think this is a bad solution. It's not your call to make. It could be a compliance thing that you don't think is necessary, but if the lawyers in compliance say it's necessary, it doesn't matter what you think. It really doesn't matter, because that's their authority. So, would you to know if you do this kind of thing anymore? Do you still do base tours? I ask because I have to sign something that you might like. I don't do base tours. I think it's too heavily on you. I don't do base tours. I think it was I did it back in the days, and it was kind of fun. But I got so many like half-assed bases, and then I ended up with commitments of doing base tours that I didn't really want to do. So I stopped doing that. While we had project managers and line managers, we could tell the project manager no all day, but the line managers determines your pay and future employment. Exactly. That's also why it's good. So the project manager can manage the project. Yeah. So here's a conveyor belt, and Defter is another one. Yeah, it also just became a little bit the same. Hey, let's actually do something. I know we're past 9 o'clock, and I'm not going to take a break now because we haven't even started working. So I'm just going to go jump straight in now to do some actual design. Let's talk a little bit about the game. Thank you. Didn't hurt to ask. No, it's totally fine. And I just realized some time ago that this was turned out. I had like 3 bases that were sort of sent to me, and I didn't really feel like going into it. And I'd kind of said yes, and then in the end, after being prompted like 3 times, like, "Hey, are you gonna do it?" And I was like, "No, I'm not." And then I thought, I'm not gonna make the commitment because I'm just too damn lazy. Right. So my idea here for this build is that I want to make some launchers. Maybe this is a little bit too much, but then I want to make a city block with 1 science each. And I started with blue because it's big, and then yellow because it's annoying, and then the purple one that's really, really bad. So we managed to get this one in. I've been tinkering with it off camera to make it better, and I had to do this. I hate this trick. The issue is that purple science needs a lot of stone and stone bricks. And the only way to make stone and stone bricks on volcanoes is from the excess here. So when I built this and built the steel, put productivity modules, it turns out I wasn't using enough liquid. So it was always just sort of struggling. Now we can see they're all working all the time. It was just kind of struggling and not really getting anywhere. And as that was happening, it was like, I need to do something. So I started moving this away from productivity modules. That didn't do enough. I've now connected the lines here so that this one and these 2 are the same. They are all connected with the iron part. I have out here on the belt, and I'm now merging it on this side. I think I actually want to go like that. Yeah. So it's only overflow that goes on the other side. Then it goes in, some of it becomes stone bricks. We can see it is stacking up here. There's a little bit of stack up, that's nice. So usually risk of being patched, fixed? I don't think so. That's not really what they do, those kind of things, patching, fixing it. I hate this trick, by the way. I wish I didn't have to. But the only way I could do that in other ways would be if I just made some copper here, and then what? I don't even know what. Then I'd have to get rid of the copper. I was kind of doing that here, but with getting rid of the steel, excess steel, but it's not really, it's just not enough. Just getting rid of excess steel wasn't really getting enough for this. So if I take this out, actually let's take all of this out. So we saw that it has been running smoothly all along. So if it stops running smoothly, this had an impact. And it's a really neat build. Like, obviously I don't need all of this. If we look at, 9.5, and this one's making like 11 or something. So I don't need all these entities, but whatever. They are there. Then what I imagine will happen is that this, you can actually see the stone here was, okay, the stone is still filling up here. You know what I can do? I can actually do this. There you go. So now we just get it started from scratch. Couldn't you make iron, copper, and feed it directly into a recycler? Yes, I could. I don't have a lot of excess space here, so space is now also becoming a concern. But these are working all the time, and there's also another caveat to this, that is this one. Because as this increases, it uses less steel, or less molten iron to make the steel. The consumption of the steel is the same, but as this increases, I'll use less. So I do have to have a way to get rid of any excess. And just having it here, you see, a little bit of it is working. And that's now, this one is probably the issue. And this one is starting on That will fill up easily. The red circuits will fill up easily. I have gained a lot of insight in EU working life. Nice. Yeah. Well, don't take anything I say with a grain of salt. You have to remember that it comes from sort of the musings of a bitter old man, and it's not really like. Yeah, I have to acknowledge that I have left that life behind me, and it's a little bit like having an ex-alcoholic talk about alcohol. They're always like a little bit too Puritan. Not always, but most of the time they'll be like, did you know it's bad for you? It's like, yeah, okay. Did you know the corporate life is bad for you? It ruins your health. It does. Hello, Pringle. Thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. Missed the last stream. Just one quick question. You are not bringing in stone into this build, are you? Nope, I'm not. I'm making it from here. And that's the whole problem with this build. Look at that. It actually looks like it's somewhat stable now. But is it stacking up? I don't know. So this one is maybe needed, maybe not. But then if I upgrade this one 3 times, then it'll stop breaking. And that's going to be the issue. It would be nice if I could have these two be automatically putting it out into something like this to just delete it if they started stacking up, because if this belt is overflowing, then what we will we could also do like a simple way would be if this overflows all the way back here. That's actually maybe a better way than doing it down here. Ooh, I like that. Because this will never get anything out here unless, of course, pumping, right? So this one has to be not so simple. Basically like this. This is just destroying everything. So now this is not going to go in here. Now it starts stacking up. Ooh, I like this. This is exactly what I want to see. Corporal Peter, thank you for the 18 months.
Welcome home.
We start seeing stuff coming out here, being deleted. And this one is just the most efficient way of deleting steel. Turning it into a box. 8 goes into one box gets deleted and becomes 2 steel. And so it just basically, this process just goes faster than just processing the steel. Steel is not very fast to put in here. So if you see here how slow it is, but the steel chest is easily, it's a half a second build, and it's a 16th of a half a second destroy. So it's much faster. Grandpa Nilaus talking from his war days again. I know. My kids are always like, back in my days, like come on. Actually, this is much better because this guarantees that everything is on this belt and only sort of excess goes out. This is much better. Why didn't I think of that before? I could also make it up here so it becomes a little bit separated from, and then move this build a little bit down, but maybe not. So this would also mean that up to the conclusion of how fast this one can build, more than half a belt at once. You can also... What? It shouldn't produce power. It should produce maybe heat or something. But the good news about this one is I think that with this design, I think it's actually immune to this upgrade. There we go. So now I upgraded to 50% productivity. So this is now 100% productivity because 50% from the foundry and 50% from the upgrade. Now we just produce a hell of a lot more here. And the issue is if they ever stop outputting, then that's going to be a problem. You can see that they are coming in way quicker now. But as long as this belt can actually consume it, then it's fine. It is getting a little bit close, right? Can you just throw the excess into lava? Yes, but that means that I have to make sure that I have lava right here inside this box, which is not something I can guarantee. So I'd like to have it lava independent. Like I'm gonna get lava in, but I don't know where I'm gonna get lava in from. So we can actually remove this one, and I think we're still working fine here. Sweet, these are filling up. Might be an interesting mod to need water for the cooling of every building. I mean, that could be like a planet concept of, like, on this planet, it's so hot that things are overheating, so you need water cooling. That's kind of the opposite of Aquilo. Is there enough place for a second remover setup? Current one with an underground belt. Yes, there is. I could even do like this, just to make sure that I can go in here, because this one is not going to be overstrained. It's only this inserter that might be overstrained here because of the swing. That just takes too much time. And then if we have two, that's probably better like this. And I could mirror it around on the other side, but I don't think I need that. This is fast enough to support it, and yeah. So I think I'm liking this. Oh, you're not working. Shit. Something broke. We're not making enough stone now. No? I mean, we shouldn't be making less. We should be making exactly the same as before. So somehow we're not getting... It's because we're not getting enough stone in here. We're just not... Somehow we're not producing enough stone anymore. Don't understand why that changed. Maybe it just kind of phased out. Well, that sucks. So right now the issue is... Oh, right, I think I know. It's because this one is now idle. So we are no longer producing iron at the same rate. We are only producing iron at the replacement rate. I'm not making less cycles of steel, so no, that's not it. It's less cycles of iron that I'm making. This one is only at replacement rate. It's no longer working all out. While these are working 100% all the time, so they're just outputting more. But any excess output is going to be deleted. Higher steel, less metal needed. No, it's not. No. That's not how it works. Higher steel productivity does not mean that I use less input. It means that I get more output. If I consume more the output as I do here, then the input is still the same. It doesn't change the input. This green bar does not slow down with more productivity. It's just the purple bar that goes faster. But the green bar works at exactly the same rate. It is this one that makes a difference, because now it doesn't consume iron. Previously it was working all out, now it's no longer working all out. It's close though. So the only way that I could actually increase my production would be by doing something like this. This would increase production of steel and therefore also the consumption of molten iron. Like this bar, when it actually stops there. That's the stuff that we can alleviate. Maybe another sort of excess red circuits. Oh, I don't want to do that, because if I start deleting red circuits, then I'm deleting plastic, and there's no way I'm going to delete plastic, because that's being brought in by robots. So definitely not going to delete plastic. Infinity buffer chests. There you go. Ah, no! Can I just clip that here? No. Oh, infinity filters. Okay, not logistics, but infinity filters. They're still the same. Good. It should just mean that this would be higher priority to go in instead of the one that's up here somewhere. Start deleting excess iron plates. Excess iron plates are less efficient at deleting than excess steel. And I already have a deleter of steel, so I'd rather just produce more steel and then have that be the method. 1, 2. Is this increasing? Make a video about how you have an octillion stone. Yes. Okay, look at this. This looks much better now. I would like this one to go all the way down here and clip so that we actually start forcing more into the middle here than like that. This one is then all of it goes that way here. That means more, that means more, that means this one stacks up, that means this one should be working more of the time. I don't need these, if you look at this. This can produce it at... we'll do all of this. I have an excess here, so they don't need to work all the time. I can produce 1.2 and I need 0.875, so I don't need this to work all the time. So it's okay that this one is idle a little bit, but not as much as it is now. It should be less idle. This damn productivity here is killing us. There. Like that pause when it says output full, there, output full. That's the stuff we can work with. That if that never happens, then we're happy. Just that little bit is the stuff we can work with. What about this one over here? Probably gonna be the same, yeah. Okay, here's another thing we can do. We can look at that one. And that has been working over 10 minutes, making 186 divided by 60, 3.1. And I think the target should be 3.225. 3.25255. Yeah, so a little bit less than what it should be. But there is an excess up here. When is shape to continue on YouTube? I'm lost how to make those pinned in milestones. I have recorded the video for pins, and it will be Monday or Tuesday. I actually think it's good now, because look at this. As long as we get this one stacking up so that more than half goes into this year, then we're getting more in here, and that will produce more. So is on the one tile that is blocked, you're not stacking on the belt like I thought you were. No, I'm not stacking on the belt because this is an early build, so I don't have stackers. The reason why I did this was because it was stuck on one side. Now it's kind of all of it is working or none of it is working, instead of sort of one half is not working as much. So I think this is good. It's a little bit too complicated for my liking. What else? Then I think military is going to be the next one. Automation is easy. We'll take the military. So that one. So this will be exactly what we need. 3.255. Okay. So now we need to figure out what goes into this. Let's do everything. Walls. Oh, no walls. Damn it. Oh, all right. Let's look at the walls. Another brick in the wall. Okay, so this is definitely enough. I need 2.625 walls for this. 2.625 times 5. That's how much we need in terms of the stone here. And this thing here is then not enough. Are you kidding me? This is not enough. That sucks. And but I mean, it's easy to fix. This one will be more than enough. There you go. So this one, can you explain to me how I get pin in empty slot for that milestone, or should I just wait video? I can explain it, and I want to explain it, but if you don't get it, then it's because it's complicated. Okay, so if you're playing on hard mode, there are only 4 levels. So what happens if you stack something that has 2 levels plus something that has 3 levels? Is it 3 levels or is it 3 levels? I don't know. I'm not a Nazi. So I don't know. So when you stack them on top of each other, then it becomes 5 levels. And then the top level is removed. So there's 4 levels left. That means if the one you stack with 2 levels has pins, or has something with pins underneath, and you stack it on top, then suddenly you have pins on the top level naked. So you have 3 levels of whatever shape, and then pins on top. That's not what you asked for. But what if you have half a shape in 3 levels, and you take a full shape with pins underneath? Then you put it on top. That goes to 5 levels. The top level gets cut off. Then you have 2 pins on top of your half shape, and you have 2 pins next to it that fall down. Now then you can cut away all the other stuff, and then you have pins that are isolated. Then you can take that stuff and migrate and merge with the rest of the video. I thought you were going for Gora. Volcans for Gora, Gleba, Aquilo to unlock everything, then return to Volcans. Not really. I'm going Fulgora, Volcanus, Fulgora, back to Volcanus, because what am I unlocking in Gleba that's necessary? Nothing yet. And I want to set everything up so that I can go to Gleba with having all the other signs just chugging along. Then when I get to Gleba, get my productivity 3 and my stack inserters, I can come back. So I think that the progression is Volcanus, Novice, and then go to Volcanus just to unlock, go to Volgora just to unlock, and then go back to Volcanus, where I then built the science setups. So now I have science taken care of. They can go. Then from there, I go to Gleba to unlock productivity and stack inserters, and then that's the only thing I really need. Then I'm gonna ignore Gleba from there on, go back to Volcanus, and upgrade to rare quality materials, and then because in order for me to do rare quality, I need stack inserters as well. Isn't the biolab worth it? Oh, biolab, of course. Biolab is something, but once you have the biolab, like, done, right? Biolabs definitely needed. But I think that I don't think it's that valuable. I'd much rather have a steady, good production of science than I would have biolabs. Because I don't like Gleba. Have I mentioned that before? I think I might have said it once or twice before. I was serious, keep it up. I was kind of hoping you were going to do a real playthrough with it also. I am, but only when I'm done with it. Because there's no point in doing it now and then sort of play through and then stopping after 15 episodes and go like, well, it didn't prepare anything else.
A new subscriber.
Let's see ya. Thank you for the prime. Welcome. Okay, so this is enough. It's not enough stone. How much stone is this taking? 26. Okay, and then we have this one taken care of. This is fine because this is enough to get that going. Then we need them grenades. Let's see about the grenades. How many grenades do we need? We need 1.3. There. So a little surplus here. And then we need also 1.3 of that. That's way too much. Still way too... Oh, no. Okay, yeah, this change recipe. And all of this. That one, we know that's okay, but everything else is green. So this is our build in terms of how many things we want. Then let's say this requires a little bit of steel, a significant amount of iron, some copper. So we're gonna get some iron production, some copper production, and some
A new subscriber.
new subscriber, Wild Halfling. Welcome and thank you for the prime. Well, when the blueprints be updated? I don't know what you mean, because they are updated. From the last masterclass, they are updated on...
A kind gesture.
and Silver Season, thank you for the 200 bits. Is it actually eligible? It is eligible for a potential hype train. So, Wild Halfling, if there's something you're missing in terms of blueprints, then let me know. Because, to the best of my knowledge, everything is updated. And then we... this one. And we need one of these. And we need some plastic one. Let's just take it.
A kind gesture.
That's some copper. There. We love them. Then just let me know what you're missing if it is the last one. There's no new brick. The volcanism that gets updated. Yes, that's it. I think that's the part that it's because it's getting there. When gets sub reduced? I don't know what that means. These just go together because they don't really need much. What if they are this bad? How bad is it? Still enough. So this generates all of the copper I need. Yeah. Okay. And you are easily enough as well. I do need to undo this one just to make sure that... What if you are not powered? Okay, 1.8. So even without a beacon, it's fine. Maybe we just unbeacon this. What about you? You are very not fine. Wow, that's slow. Wow. Okay, you need a beacon. There you go. Still not good. But I don't... 20 is not the right number. Alright, almost a hype train. So close to that train. Just one more sub and we're here. We're at least getting started. But then again, if we get started, then it's barely getting started, and it's probably not getting anywhere. Yeah. So if I look at this, I have a surplus here. I have a surplus here. So I should look at how much I need. Jay Frankie, thank you for the tier 1. Unfortunately, that was like just as it was running out. So we're still one sub away from activating a train. Yeah, this is a workshop stream, so we are not... It's not a new playthrough. It's a test world, but it's kind of start of the stream here. We are not really having like legendary stuff or anything. No quality stuff yet. A bit. Ooh, Jay Frankie, thank you for 5 gift subs. Super generous of you. You can't activate it yourself. It needs to be 5 different people, like Dude in the Park, jumping in with 5 gift subs. Thank you. And thank you, Jay Frankie, for the 5 gift subs. What a way to show up for the stream. And Bertle, thank you for the tier 1. Welcome. Thank you. And T Birdman, TH Birdman, thank you for 5 gift subs. Sweet, look at that, 5 gift subs. 20 so far, and Swammer with the 2,208 so far. And the elusive Timbo has showed up. Thank you, Timbo, and thank you for the 52 months. Yeah, we talked about you yesterday, Timbo. Well, we talked about all the important ships were always called Timbo. All the important transport ships and all the important production ships were called Barthak or Moon. Well, there was something happened before Davis. There was Wild Halfling with 5 gifts up. Thank you, Wild Halfling, and welcome. And then Davis jumping in with 50 gifties. 50 gifties. Thank you so much for that. Wow, we are actually on a level 3 train right now. And just like that. That was a while back. When did this ship... Where did the ship names go? Well, they didn't go anywhere. They're still there. I loaded up yesterday and continued my Let's Play series. And there was just like, what is this ship called? And someone was like, it's called Timbo. All the important ships are called Timbo. I was like, oh yeah, that's true. That was how it. That's how it went at the beginning of Space Age. El Martin, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Oh, oh right, that's something else. Because Timbo, I was just thinking, like, I know there's a Dutch festival on a castle this summer, but it's in it's a Tantra festival, so I don't know if that's the thing. It's not a rope thing. Bonus hour, we never know. It's actually level 4 already. All right, so we just need to get to just barely 36 subs, and then we get an extra hour today. Lovely. Well, let's see. That was a massive bonus from Davis there with 50 subs. Okay, so let's sit here and simmer this for a little bit, and you guys can sit and look at each other and go like, are you? I mean, I'm going to do it if you're going to do it, but I'm not going to do it if no one else is. So I'm just going to sit here and wait for you to. I have 5 subs ready, but yeah, that's how I feel. I feel like it's you guys are in the room and you're looking at each other and like, are we doing this? Like, Drizzle, thank you for the tier 2 for 49 months. Oh, I have deleted a beacon. That's no good. Oh yeah. I cut it instead of copied. Nice. Not so nice.
More shall gather. More shall enter
Hey,
the
Devils,
fray.
thank you for 20 more gift subs. All right, now it's kind of. Now it's still working. Is the patron plug in still busted? Yes. It got busted, but then I was actually okay with it getting busted because
More shall
there
gather.
are.
More shall enter
After
the fray.
I have locked my blueprints behind a patron, then there are a lot of patrons who pledge, download, cancel, and I don't want to call out those. So if you go in and like hire tier or you want to say it, then by all means just say it here, and I'll be happy to shout you out and say thank you. But other than that, I decided that I didn't want to call those out because there were just too many that were like $1 donation. Then for the time it takes to realize that, oh, it's only the $5 that unlocks, then upgrade to $5, download the save, cancel. I'm like, okay, this whole thing is like a 15-minute thing. So instead of going like, thank you, wee woo, then yeah. Anyway, Synth, thank you for the 1 sub, gifting it forward, and Swammer with the 10 subs, and then thank you, Swammer, and Mirage with 5 more gift subs, and that completes the level 5. It's amazing. Window shoppers are usually not worth the time. Sure. Just wondering if they count them for the hype chain. Oh, we don't. We can't count them for the hype chain because hype chain is a Twitch thing. But thank you for pledging on Patreon. I think that's kind of what you implied, that you pledged on Patreon. And thank you for that. It's also they changed the overlay, so it's really difficult for me to see it. Then now it just says like someone and 23 others canceled their membership 8 minutes ago. I don't think 24 people canceled their membership 8 minutes ago like that. I hope not. And then it says 22 minutes ago, someone and 21 others joined as members. So I'm like, this is like a summary of something. But ultimately you can see that it's basically 24 cancellations and 22 joins. So net is -2. That's probably like, like that's how it is, right? So especially here when there's nothing else going on. So instead of me calling out 24 people go like, thank you, thank you, thank you, but 22 of them are canceling immediately. Plus it's also should be Discord names. So throw my palm in at the channel regardless. Thank you, appreciate it, dude in the park, and your streak. That's also pretty damn amazing. Now I need to do math. Woohoo! So everyone be quiet for a bit. I need to go here and figure out. So I need 1.3 grenades. Each grenade is 5. I mean, I can't believe I don't know this. 1.3 1.3 times 5. Okay. And then here it's also 1.3 of these, and they are now only needing 1. No, they need 2 now. No, they need 1. Each one 2 for 2 is the same as 1 for 1. So that would mean each of these are 4. So that would mean 11.8. Okay, so this is how much I need. That means I can probably do this. I want to save on entities if we can. Okay. Then I need to figure out how much they're consuming. They're consuming 125, which is more than this one can do. So we're going to have a net deficit, which means that one just has to be supporting both. Yes. Then there's a massive boon here. Okay. So this is what we want. None of these need to be beaconed, but this does need to be beaconed. I could also just take 2 of these, but I don't really... I don't know. What do we like the most? 2 of this. It does have the benefit of being Something like this. Oh, and then we have the bigger issue. And that is, how the hell do we get the copper going? Or the... yeah, if this here is working all out, which it isn't, like this, we are now producing 9.37 steel, which is not much. And that is the hype train successful. Thank you very much for the level 5 hype train. And Silver Cecil again wins the hype train for the bit side. That's an easy win here. And thank you, Devis, for the 70 subs. That is a massive boon to get us forward. Without that, it probably wouldn't have worked. So this is probably fine, but okay. Now the next part is, how do we generate the steel we need? This part here. I think this is the answer. 28, yeah. But now I need to get rid of the copper quickly. Copper is not as easy to get rid of, but this recipe is better. This one is 15 stone, while the equivalent here is only 10 stone. So the question is, what is better to get rid of? This? Make the copper, but get rid of the copper, which is not as easy, or make more steel and get rid of the steel. I think this steel is actually the answer. The reason why is because the steel is easier to delete. Because I would need to just do that one. Like, deleting steel is super easy, but deleting anything else is not so easy. What about if these two are working all the time? Then they're only producing 18. That's so... This is working full tilt and it's 18. That's not enough. I'm sad now. Why are you sad now? Don't be sad. This is... Just missing out on the sniper badge. I did so many snipes. Well, I mean, that's on you. You know how it works. So I'm sure you could have figured it out and got it done. Right. This needs to be a little bit up, because this needs to affect the recyclers. Ah, don't do that. No, 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 no. Stop doing all that stupid stuff. Okay, now you gotta work your way out of this yourself. That's on me. That's on you, not me. Nom 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 nom. Nom 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 nom. Munch munch munch. It'll just continue forever and ever. Nom nom. Then it just gets degraded into plastics, and then we still have some blue circuits that can be broken down. We have that one as well, but there's some weird stuff here. Just gradually gets reduced. There's only one part that gets here. Okay, greens, 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 go away with the greens. There we go, so no more greens. And there we go. Could also just have done that, but that would have been too easy. I'm gonna have to test this to see if it actually works. I'm a little suspicious that it might not work as well as I hope.
Yeah. The question is whether they can easily get rid of this. Oh, you know, this is probably also a thing. Ah, so this has a little bit of a deficit, the fact that I am not anywhere near consuming enough. I'm only consuming 125, so I would actually need to get all of this like that, even to get close to getting enough. Not even close. Oh my god, this is the insanity of it. Yeah, so even though this is working, then I would need so many builds here just to get the stone. Then I really do feel that the steel version is better. Even though it's still not very good. And just barely not reach. This is just to make stone. I'm just trying to see if we can get stone in that better way here. Don't like this. No, it's too much space. Doing it anyway, even though I think it's a bad idea. So this one affects here. This one affects. Yeah, okay, so this actually has a good build size. Yeah. Still not even consuming enough. But there's also another problem. This is not actually what I wanted. So never mind that. When we get to the steel, it's actually much simpler than this. Because we did have to remember that we had. Yeah. I just needed to go into this one, right? And then from here it needs to go out into a recycler. This is the problem with this one, is that they don't really... Okay, so that is probably the best way I can do it. And this one has to go one up, so it gets that one, and you... Ugh. Not making them into boxes, that's exactly the problem I had. We still want it on the outside? Whatever. We'll just get it on the outside now, because that's easy to do. Yeah. And then we just need some outbound. Is it over? Still an overproduction of this. Wow, there's also an overproduction. Yeah. Interesting. Why is this one not working? Oh, right, it's because this one. We want this to run all the time, and then we want the other one to work all the time. And then I am going to take my random blueprint, build throughput, calculator, measurement thingy. There. Thank you for night. We'll catch you watch more. Have a good evening. Thank you, Dude in the Park. Thank you for joining. Thank you for supporting the train. And see you around. And thank you for patronage. The funny thing is, this one is supposedly unable to keep up. Okay, so I think I need like this. And I dig again. Still a little bit off. Maybe I'll do it another way. Maybe we can come up with something more aesthetic, like... Could I take... I really wish I could do something like this one. Oh, but now they can't reach. Ah, okay, so that's not working. I could just speed all this up, but it would just be nice if I could actually put a beacon on some of this. Is this building creating stone? Yes, it's just stone production. This isn't technically necessary to have in here. Let's be honest. This can be done somewhere else. Because if I do this, I think it should be easier for me to get a beacon end. This is exactly hitting these two. This is Wait, so this should be better. Okay, if it's 468.8 versus 468, I'm gonna call that at ratio. And that makes 23 here. It makes 18.75. That's not much, actually. And then this one also is affected. Speed module there, at least. Needed to go one down in order to get this one up. What about fluid voiding? We just, it's parked over here because community didn't like it. So that's the easy way. This is my backup plan. I'll just do fluid voiding if need be, but I really dislike it. Yeah, rotate and put it on the other side, then that's true, but like this. Then we have you can't jump this. Because I do need something out, so. Yeah. Now this one's definitely fast enough. Right? These are, of course, stacked up. But I think this might actually be this bottleneck. It's this inserter that's holding us up. Damn. Yeah. But how much is this producing? 23, yeah, okay, that's definitely not. That's definitely more than one inserter. So I think this has to be somewhere else. And then it has to be 2 inserters in. That one has to be here, so. Hey, fuck it, we can just put some other stuff in here, so. We can put a single module in here, and it's not really going to be a big deal. There. Oh, this is definitely not going to be fast enough, but this one might. So now it's producing 5 per second. That means it consumes 40 per second. That's definitely enough to empty. And 40 per second, and then half of, or 1/4 of that, that means the 10 comes back. So I have to do 10 plus 23 is less than 40. So still good. Stone can come out, yeah, stone can come out anywhere at once. So that's true. Oh, that's not it. Definitely not it. This is here. I need 2 inserters on this. Now I don't even know why I wanted to do this. Like, I did this to get one of them affected by the beacon, but that's still not really enough. Like that could be, and you're not affected by the beacon, but it would be like this. Still not good enough in terms of having, so. Now it just affects these two, which is nice, but it's not really what I was concerned about. Yeah, like this. And what is this one producing? Not consistent. It should be producing 18 once these are up and running, but that's only 18.75. And how much did I need? I need more. The clash sound in the background. And thank you for joining, Blackocat. I'm going to take a short break. Be back in 2 minutes. Okay, welcome back. Welcome back. Now this is funny. Bellostack. So for anyone who doesn't know who that is, most of you don't, Billowstack and Prime Dead said were my first two moderators back in the day, followed since April 2017. And that was when I was streaming a little bit on YouTube, and then I wanted to stream on Twitch. And then I started that up with a 24-hour stream that went completely not off the off the rail. Completely weird, because I've never seen like such spam attacks to any of my streams, but that stream was just overrun by spam bots. And I didn't have a Discord server, I didn't have a Patreon, and I didn't have Nightbot, didn't have any bots on Discord, and all that stuff. Prime Dead and Bellowstack were just setting it up while I was desperately trying to answer these automated bot questions during my 24-hour stream. It was very intense, but I was so humbled by the fact that I could just like I showed up and I was woefully unprepared, and then two people just came forward, just stepped up and just went through and just did a monumental effort to just set up everything. And I was so unprepared. It was crazy. So big shout out to Bellowstack for getting me started in a good way, because I was so when you have you're really fragile when you start these kind of things. If I started my 24-hour stream, and then I was overrun by bots, and I didn't have anyone to help me, then I would probably be like, this is an awful experience streaming. Like, I can't cope with this, and I don't know what to do, and I don't know what. But then this experience gave me sort of the comfort of saying, like, okay, I don't have to do all of it alone. I can just put out the word, and then someone will actually be there to help, because you don't know that before you think like, oh, it's only like celebrities that people want to help, and of course, like, if I don't know, Pokimane can get moderators to do anything for her, obviously, but what about me, who then there's still someone who watches and wants to help out with moderation, because they have the skill sets, and that's something to add in while watching. Then, hey, let me just tinker with this, and let me fix this, and let me improve this thing. Super amazing. So that was something that just gave me the comfort of just going like, okay, I can do this, because don't have to do all of it alone. So big thank you. Yeah, so now, and to answer the actual question, yes, and the DLC Space Age, yes, and then a few sort of convenience mods. But I thought it was nice to just acknowledge someone who hasn't been around for a long time, that you are maybe not around so much, but certainly not forgotten. File is tossing on almost everywhere else. I don't know, I think that, but thank you, Takurius. I think that if I was playing Fortnite, no matter what I did, it would be more toxic. If I was playing League of Legends, it would be more toxic. The fact that I'm playing distinctly only single player, I stay away from all co-op, so there's no drama between me and other creators, and I attract a more mature audience. I am as myself, not a maybe also a little bit more careful about what I say about other creators than some people would. So I think there's a lot of things that sort of go my way in terms of sort of make it easy to foster a healthy and productive community. If this is always working, this is always working, this is always working, this is always working, then we can rely on the numbers here. That gets us 18.75. That's somehow, funnily enough, not even enough. Doesn't feel right, but it's... So this one is just building just to destroy things. And let me get exactly the right numbers I need here. So I need... This part needs... Let's get you out of the way. 2.625. And each wall is 5 bricks. So 2.625 times 5 bricks times 2 stone. No. 5 bricks. That means it's 13 bricks. And 13 bricks is times 2 in order to stone, and then divided by the productivity. Productivity is 1.12. So I need 23.43 to support this. Does that seem reasonable? And I got the 18 here, minus 18.75. Tells me my sense of humor is 14-year-old stuck in an old man's body. Now you say that, then there's also the interesting, that Tom Hanks movie where he was like a 14-year-old that got into a man's body. Like, the implications, the romance he has with the, the romance. Don't stop and think about this for a moment. Just don't think about it. That's problematic. Yeah. Yeah, 80s, 90s were wild. Yeah, it's also the one with where you see like, oh yeah, here we have some famous rapper with their 19-year-old fiance. They've been together for 5 years. Yeah. Being mature with a childlike enthusiasm is the best combo. Yes. Yeah, childlike enthusiasm is great. Okay, so we concluded that we need 4 point something from the rest of the build. That could be doable. So the rest of the build looks like this. Actually, this whole thing could be shunted upwards because that's a unit. And then do I think I can just leech. I need 1 per second here. Less than 1 per second because this is overscaled, so 0.7 per second. So I think we can just go like, yep, that's there. Done. So I don't need this one. And then I don't actually... I can keep this. This will be copper then. I really don't like this being on a... Ooh, here's an idea. Since you don't care about that, I can move it over here. Because then as I move this over backwards, it actually affects all of this junk. And now the numbers are different. There's a slight surplus. Okay. I think we do this. And this part is not even close to enough. I needed, what was it? It was 20 or something? That's not enough. I have to do that again. It's 1.3 times 5 and 1.3 times 4. So it's 1.3 times 9. 1.312 times 9. 11 point something. Okay, so it's only 11. That means we could actually make do with this just being like that. Yes, so that's fine. We'll do it like this. Is the steel production actually just stone production in disguise? It absolutely is. And I hate it. I just like having this in the middle. Just doesn't feel right. Yes, same height, ideally. I kind of want this to rotate somehow. Or maybe not. So now let's forget this one for a little bit and yeah. Why is it not working? It's not working because I don't have this. Yeah. There you go. Okay. This is what? Oh, like this. And then this goes over here and here. Good. So this is working, except for the calcite and the stone going out. Oh, the stone is coming here. Yes. So we just need calcite in. There. Man, I was finally able to finish up a long project at work, 6+ months, and I've had some free time and energy to jump into 2.0, and this is a masterpiece. It is. Leftmost smelter is missing a pipe to hook the left and right side. Leftmost smelter. Yes, there. Right, thank you. Very accurate, very succinct description of the issue. And we're going to be putting this one in here for now. And I think you're going to go on that side and you're going to go on this side. So now we need to do the hard part. The hard part is figuring out a way to get all of these things in here. Luckily, the quantities are not much. Like It's very low quantities, but they still need... And I've done it before, although that one is also a nice build. I don't know which one I like the most. I think I actually like this one better. Maybe. Okay, this... I feel this is the only way. Like, we hacked away at it so much. So, we're gonna have one that goes here, which will be the 2 items coming from down here. Yeah? And then I guess the other one will be here. So, that is a given. Okay, this shouldn't be too difficult. And here, I'll get... that. And then we'll just delete afterwards. This is output. I think I did this for output for all of them. Yes. And then I need inputs. How do we get that from the one that's furthest away? Here? Oh, okay. Right, so the middle one, middle 2. That's how it goes. And you are coming out here. That goes grab, output, grab, output. And that makes it easy for us to do input here, input here. And then these 2 can also be that one. Okay, that's a much nicer and compact build. Great. Yeah. Much rather do this. Yeah. So if these 2 are outputting on the side, I'm worried about this part here, so let's get that a little bit further away. Let me see, this is... These are going to be the input. That's the stone and... or coal and something. Where the hell did we get the coal from? We just magically whip up the coal here. Okay, so this is coal. And coal. And then I want to get out here on this belt. This is the 2 things I need inbound. And then that would be incorrect because then they go on the wrong side. So I'd have to do both like this. Right hand side direction of travel, not working. But that one is working. This one's working. Good. So that will be outputting on the right side. Let's test. So you're gonna get that and that. Good. Then now the issue or the challenge with this is that's probably fine. You get that one and that one. And then this would be the perfect place to get stuff inbound. Except for this. Do I even need this to be on the... Oh, I do not want it like this. Mm-hmm. It works. It's weird, but it works. And that's going to be copper and steel. Oh, you. Why delete bricks is bad in stack up? No, it's just I wanted to keep this one flowing. So this is just, otherwise it would stall and yeah, I don't know. Not that important right now. Yeah, I was thinking copper and iron would be on the same one, but that doesn't make sense. Yeah. Hmm. Doesn't feel great, this part, does it? Nope. I kind of just want the whole thing mirrored, but then that one could go on the other side, and that's no good. This underlying thing is annoying. I can also just let you go out on this side. Merge that up here, and then... This one I have no answer for. Like, well, how are we gonna get coal in here? I don't know. Somewhere we're gonna get coal into this one. Not a lot, but just a little bit. Since your blueprint book, that was your novice database and separate into phases, placed step by step. Did you see the message? I did see it. I also looked at it. It's nice, but it's not... The thing is, there's a reason why I didn't do that, even to that level of detail, is that every time someone comes up and goes like, oh, you're missing a wire connection between the assembler and the power pole, they go like, fuck. Now I need to find the blueprint book, go into all the versions that overlap the same thing, make that, take the blueprint, stamp it down, make the change, copy it into the blueprint, and the version control is absolutely atrocious when you do that. So this is why I'm trying to make my blueprints sort of limited in that regard and not sort of having different phases, because yeah, it doesn't matter right now. You can stamp down something even if you can only build half of it. So yeah, that's, I think it's a nice effort. Also, you didn't do the centering on the grid, but I don't know what to do with it. It's not something I would do myself, and not something I would. So I think it's a nice effort, but it's not something that's I'm going to use for anything in particular. Is the point not that you build these modules near the required resource? Yes, it is. It is. Alright, so I should build this somewhere near coal, and therefore I can just go like, there's coal right here, and there's lava right there. Right, there's something about this that's just utterly atrocious. Maybe this one would be better. Yeah, this is better. Is there a way to make it available to patrons? That's the reason I did not post it. No, there's not. Because the thing is, like, then if there's a mistake in your build, then people will think it's my build. Therefore will come to me and say, oh. Or I add more stuff, and then you go like, why are you not updating that? Because it's not my blueprint. That's why as nice as it is, I really have to say I can't really do anything with it. And it sucks because it's a nice effort, but it's also an effort that it's once if I touch it, I can't let go of it again, and that's why I'm afraid of touching it. And it sticks. Do you store on GitHub? Nope. They just stored on Factorio bin. You can also move to your right hand side, insert the copper plate directly. Yeah, then I'd have to do. I was thinking about it like that one. Oops. No, apparently not. I'll do that. But then I have to put it down here. Can't do that, but then I have to do this thing. Ta-da! That's better. Now I just flipped it, so there we go. Is everything flowing now? And there's no inventory resource except for the base resource. So the question now is, does it all work? I'm gonna do this part. Because there's still a monstrous amount of buffers everywhere, so I don't know if those buffers are helping or hurting. So right now we just let the buffers fill up. We're gonna see if everything works. And we're gonna see if we can get these working again. Does an underground ground 2 foundries? Yes, if they are next to each other. Exactly, but you can't pick it up, so you'd have to do something like this. So it's rarely used. But it's definitely viable. It's definitely an option. This one's producing more than the 12 I need. So it's just going to take a little bit of time for it to saturate everywhere. Like, for example, this one needs to saturate. Why is there so much more on one side than the other side? Oh, it's because it's coming from that one. Mm-hmm. You're not working. You're missing a grenade. You're missing an iron for the grenade. Mm-hmm. It's Neville. Thank you for the 59 months. Cheers. Cheers right back at you. Okay, so now this is starting to stack up. That's nice. That's what we expected. Oh, hold on. We don't have an overflow for this. It has to prioritize the stuff coming from here because this part has to be deleted, has to be used. It's this part that can stall if need be. Is everything working? Yes, everything is working up here, those 5. And we're filling up our buffers. Not fast, but eventually. The steel could pass beneath iron plates and copper plates. Yeah, it could. But I'm happy with it right now. This looks nice. It's a nice straight line in. This one's also a nice line in. So I'd like to see when the iron actually starts stacking up. You can see that it's just barely stacking up now. And this is also stacking up. We'll probably never see it go all the way back here. And now we should be seeing some that when it doesn't empty it anymore. How many silos is that? 16. 16 each. That means I can do one launch of 16,000 if I want to, or just... But I've also set it up so that it fills these 8 first. So this design here ensures that I will launch as many as I can, as fast as I can. So instead of having a little bit, like having 900 in each of them and not being able to launch any of them, then I'll fill up the first one first. And then basically only when that is full, let the next one go and next one. So it'll be easier to control, or it'll, yeah. When a spaceship comes in and says, give me all of your stuff, and if I have 2,000, then those 2,000 are almost exclusively into these 2, and they'll launch and be done with it. Because one of the issues I had previously was that they just gradually filled up, and then, oh, another 1,000. Then this one got filled, oh, another 1,000. This one got filled, another 1,000. And then the ship never left because it was just always waiting for one more. That shouldn't happen here, because as soon as the first one launches, everything new that comes in will go into those 2 that just emptied, that just launched, which means that it's going to take a long time for it to fill up again. So I think that's better. That's me. Hello, Isolda. Thank you for joining. This is stacking. That's nice. This is stacking. It's slowly moving up. Good. This one has been stacking up for a long time, and then it'll be stuck. But we don't want to be seeing these 2, the stone not being able to be processed, but it'll always be processed because we're just only having a little bit more than we need. You can see here, this one, it's 100, yeah, 100 something, good. So it's working. This one is annihilating all of that stuff. It's so silly to do all the deletion here, but it is what it is. This is looking good. These are all working, and they do have a little surplus of grenades. Everything is working on a surplus. Very nice. I think this one's also done. So we're just needing the red and green now. That's interesting. I don't know what that was. Off you go. So red and green. I think the red and green could be built in the same one, but if I build it in the same one, I wouldn't be able to have a full launch facility available as well. Wow, epic music. I have no idea which one it is. It's the 2 last sciences here. Well, not really. Oh, I forgot to check if this is inside or outside the area. Can we do plastic today as well? I mean, I have plastic, but a better plastic? I don't know if I want how I want to do a better plastic. We can try to do that. I think this shouldn't be a problem. Right, the real challenge, the green ones. This is too many things inbound compared to what I need, so I'm gonna just delete everything. Because I get confused. Yeah, I think this is gonna be fine, so let's see. Out, out. In, out, out. In. In, out. Out. In. In and out. I think I like that better. Red against red is kind of what I'm doing up here. Yep. So then I just need the 2 items inbound here. Oh no. Gotta remember that. Oh no, it's not fast enough. This, oh, that's because it's not, yeah. Yeah, plenty fast. Oof. Hello, Spammy Amy, good evening. It's perfect. Look at that. Except for that one not being perfect. But everything is perfect except that one. That hurts. That hurts so much. I can't do it. I can't do it. Why? Yeah, I was thinking substation. I was just like, all of this is not substationed, so. Also, we don't need to do this silly thing here, so we can actually put it back on the middle. But you can also just put a substation in here just to make it, just to do that and go, oh, look at that. Okay, so this is definitely enough. We need to figure out the ingredients here. So if we look at this, this is the target outbound 3255. That means 2.625. Then we need to go backwards and calculate this manually, unfortunately. If I need 2.625 of this, then that is the same amount of iron plates and same amount of gears. So that's not a big deal. We'll do one of these for iron and another one for gears, and we'll scale them up as we figure out how much they need. Good. Then we also need some greens. That is here. And this one just needs iron and gear. So this is probably it. And oh, one more thing. Coils. Which means we now need copper and maybe 2 iron, I think. I'm also pretty sure we need 2 iron builds here. Or maybe
beacon. Let's see. So if I need 2.625 of the inserter, then that's the same amount of gears I need and the same amount of iron plates. So we now know how much iron plate and gear we need for this one. If I need 2.625 transport belts, then that's not as much. 2.625, then I need to divide by 1.5 because that's the productivity. That means I need resources to produce 1.75. And since this craft is outputting 2, then I divide it by 2. That means it's 0 point something. It's just one of each of these. So the quantity wise I need is 2.6 plus 1. So 3.6 gears, 3.6 plates, really inconsequential amounts. The only thing I need is this one. That doesn't even need a beacon. It's 3.6 and it doesn't need any more than that. Crap, that's crazy. And this needs 2, so it's 3.6 plus 2. So this one needs a slight improvement. That's definitely enough. Like this. And this one doesn't need any output. This one's just junking again. Because we can't say that what we have here is also reliable for something else. And that just needs to go in here. Yeah. Out. That one. Yeah. This belt. Out, and junk. Right. And you're outbound and you're outbound as well. Did you do an LDS for volcanoes yet? I think I did. Yes. No. I think I did. Yeah. Yes. LDS for volcanoes. Very nice. Pretty decent build. I have a heavy dislike for that previous power pole placement. Yes. What previous power pole placement? That one? Yeah, I understand that. I'm also just completely at this point ignoring whether it's substation builds or it's power pole builds. Sometimes it's one, sometimes it's the other. I don't like that. I don't like that. But that's just the way of the world. So and I also think this is consistent, and you know me and consistency. Well, you have to be here. I need this to be inbound. And the problem is this is going
I still have the same issue. God damn it, it's the same issue again. Ah. This is fine. I'm jumping through so many hoops to avoid doing something that I know I just should just do. I should just build it in here and go like, whatever. It really doesn't matter. Okay. And then the power pole. Slowly, slowly. This is producing 7.5. This is consuming 2. And the other one's consuming 3.5. So this is also too much. 5 point something. Yeah. That's actually very, very close to exactly the ratio. Being productive over beauty. Sometimes substation's better, sometimes powerful. Pick the best poison. Yeah. This one is starving for iron, but also overstacked here. That's kind of what you'd expect to see. This one's also overproducing. Oh, right. I think I know why. I love the idea that this is exactly the same every time. So this build is just copy paste, and it also just makes it look, even though each of these are weird and different, then at the abstraction level you can see exactly what's going on. Science, launching, done. Okay, so it's stacking up, it seems, which is good. Well, that was not the most difficult build we've ever done. Let's do another one. I have a sneaking suspicion that the red one is not going to be so difficult either. Yep. Copper and gears. Yes. No, 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 no. Don't do that. What am I doing? What am I doing? Stop doing that. What am I doing now? Now I'm replacing something else. There you go. One more in. Yes. There you go. Oh no. There's no need to put it in the ugly position unless I have to. Here I have to, right? Yes, because that can't go up there. So, for the crowded ones, the ones with 3 inputs, I have to slide it to the side. 3 input, 3 input, 3 input. And 3 input is but weird and awful. But for the ones with 2 inputs, I don't need it like this. Okay. And let's have a look. How much do we need? 2.6 and 2.6. Yes. Yep, yep. Good. Think we can manage this one. Then I start sort of, this kink here. We can't have that. Like, chill. If that's your biggest concern, then you need to find something other things that can concern you. And there. Ta-da! We got all this, almost all the science done. Oh, right. That's actually true. That would be exceptional. Well, this is an L, and there's an I, and that's kind of an N, or an A maybe, and this could be an N. I mean, I like it. I like it. If you have sufficient imagination, this is then the U, then that's fine. All right, I like it. Great idea. I don't know how this becomes an S, but you know, that's a little bit of creativity here. Yeah, I forget silhouette design. Yep. I say O-U-D. Yes. The alphabet block. Yeah. Well, the great news about this is that you can build this at any time after you've been to Fulgora, of course. Then you can just stamp it down. There's nothing like extravagant about it, and you can sort of go, okay, what is it we need here? We need sulfuric acid for the blue, and we need plastic. We need sulfuric acid as well. So we could also say if we could build them like this somewhere, then it's also an option to just build a line down here with all the stuff we need. There's a little bit of coal coming in here. And that's it, right? It's actually very little coal because I'm treating plastic as an input. There is plastic for blue, plastic for purple, and that's it, right? Yeah, there's no plastic going into the green the yellow science. It's so weird that yellow circuits. Well, technically it does, but that's because we're just requesting these two inbounds because we're treating them as sort of base materials. With my science blocks is Volcanus, but I'm going to wait for the blueprint. Well, if you're a patron supporter, then you can also get the save game, and then you don't have to wait until I actually get to the to these designs, because that might take several weeks, maybe even a month, because I am going on summer vacation. So if you're a patron supporter, just remind me at the end of the stream to upload the save game, then you can just grab the designs from there. And that's a lot easier instead of going like, oh, I'm just great for the masterclass to come out. But I'm going on 2 weeks vacation in a week's time, so there's only going to be like one masterclass before that. So, do you plan to produce plastic on Nauvis or Volcanus? Since I wonder how you would scale that production for that. Plastic is first we build it on. When we get here, we build it on Volcanus. When we get to Gleba, it's kind of like, you know what? I can actually make it here. The issue with making it on Gleba is that then you drop it back on Volcanus, and then you have to get it from your hub and out into wherever you need it. So I think that what I'd like to do is I'd like to build a plastic block. We have now an LDS block, but if we could make a plastic block that does nothing but make plastic at this tech level, just make plastic and be happy. I think that would be valuable. This is our module block, which is also really nice. And these ones are just filling up. So I think plastic block might be something. Now I do have something here, which is, it's actually not awful. It's just, it is kind of bad, but it's bad because I kind of, yeah. Hmm. I think if I optimize this by taking out that part, I'm not actually going to end up with more plastic, like not significantly more plastic. I don't want to produce anything on Navis. Navis is the worst place to produce anything. So Navis is reserved for making uranium and biters. That's it. And Volgora is reserved for making holmium. Aquilo is reserved for making whatever it is. What is it called? Lithium. And chloroketone. Gleva is reserved for making carbon fiber. And everything else is made on Volcanus. That's how good it is. Yeah, now it exists to consume science packs. I built a really cool design yesterday. Oh, it's 5 minutes past 11, so I'm going to take another break and then we'll be back. I'm really happy about our science packs. It was good that we started with the most difficult ones, like blue circuits, because that's the one that takes the most space, and then purple science, and then once that was done, it was like, okay, these are easy, because it's easy to start out with the easy ones, and then I get over ambitious about how much I can fit, and then it won't fit in the last ones, so. Save game. 13.3. That makes sense in my world. Be back in 2 minutes. There we go, we're back. Right, with the bonus hour as well, so. Right, let's look at plastic. Let's see. Maybe over here. I wonder if I do this and then undo. Ah, cool. Then it doesn't undo the stuff we deleted. Nice. This is gonna be our plastic build. So we have some things about the plastic that we might as well take a look at again, because it's probably not completely awful. That thing. That's probably good. And this thing is probably not awful either. But it needs to be bigger. Start by cheating some power in here and just have a look at there. How much is this? 256 and 32 plastic. So we definitely need to have something that does 2 of these. Right? Not a problem. And about 64. So this is 60 out. Speed modules could be upgraded as well. Yeah, speed modules. Yes, that's a good idea. And then I also really feel that there should be a speed module in here. And then we're going to come out with something that's too fast. Okay, what about this one? How fast is this? Wow, that's twice as fast as it should be. Interesting. Huh. Then I think I want just 2 of these belts. How fast was this? This is very close to a full belt. I like this. Let's get 2 of these next to each other. That will give us 1 full belt out. I don't think I like having it continuous, because it gets difficult to get stuff outbound. Then I'd have to take one of them up and one of them down and then rotate, and there's no room for just jumping past here either. So yeah, it is what it is. There. Looks good. Yeah, the power poles and lights are not great. But I don't know how they would be better. Actually, let me just try something. Wow. Wow. There are not enough room for lights. I think we can say this is better. Seems better. Much better. Yes, good. We agree. Okay, so this is almost 2 full belts out. And how much do we need? Now we sort of have to whip up 900 petroleum gas. Arc.
Yeah, I think that's not really happening, but whatever. This awful thing here is just not producing a lot. Just kind of pruning it of everything that is not essential to this build. So that whatever I have is the repeatable part. One time. I don't think this can be done, but let's give it a shot anyway. So the question is whether I can convert the 100 light oil and the 328 to more. I don't think so. And then next question is, can I do a design that uses less space than this so I can get more compact? I think I just used a simple coal liquefaction plus cracking from a plat build since coal liquefaction gave such pitiful amounts. Speed 3 modules. Oh, that makes a big difference, yes. Good. Whew. Right, much better numbers. How much coal? One belt. One belt of coal, so not really a big deal. Like, exactly one belt of coal. It's more the problem of that each one is using 5, which is more than I can support. But that's not a problem anymore, because I have 2 of these going into each, so... Right, 2 long-handed belts. Or long-handed inserters. Productivity modules have to be level 2 because I haven't been to Clever. So they have to make do with level 2, and that's why it's so bad. Okay, well, first things first, can we convert the 478? Now it's not so much about anything except just can it be done? Or is there space for it? What does this take? 500. And what did I do? Not placement, just purely... Could I take one of these out? How much would I then have? 440 something. Okay, so it's a negative number. That means everything gets consumed. So we now have 600. That's not even close to 600. Yeah. And even then, it's also just producing less. So I'm never going to get anywhere near this number. Yeah. it's turning into an impossible puzzle because I also need water to be get in here. So I'm gonna just do it and say, nope, not this. I'm gonna get one of these, and then I want to make sure that it's a little bit faster than this. I don't know how, but I need it to be a little bit faster so that I can actually reliably get 2 lanes out. How do I make this a little bit faster? I think that would have to be like this. Yes, like that. Then I just need to figure out if I can make it work. That's better. Let's try it. Oh, clips here and there. Roop, roop. That's actually nicer. There's plastic adjacent to it. I don't think that's a good idea. About a separate oil block and a separate plastic block, because then the oil block is doing. Then I'm basically just having a 2 block size. I want to have 1 block and go like, I need some plastic here. Stamp down a block. Done. So having it sort of conceptually saying, okay, it produces 60 science or 60 plastic. That's fine. That means it's a full belt. Good. Happy. Yeah, that's the build. So now we're getting another number here. Now it's 489 or 490 that we need. And there comes the hassle of trying to decipher that and go, what if we do this? 375. So can I convert 375? Sure. What about now? 375. Yes, 75. 370. That's good. Yeah. Slight surplus. Good. So now I need to get rid of 478, which is a little bit off, but I'm just trying to see if I can get something. There we go. This is very accurate. So now this is a much more representative. So it's 450. So I need to get rid of 450 like this.
Very close. Funny thing, it's not even enough. It's not even enough. Ah, it's so bad. Wow. Okay, so now I'm actually still gonna be concerned about spacing here. So now we have to deal with there you go, that's nice. This one? There's now a deficit of 7. What about only one row at refineries? Next to a row of beacons. Saves a lot of space. Does it? Does it save a lot of space? I'll try that. First, let me just get the numbers. Although, if I do that, then... Okay. So this part... It's almost this part. So I think you're right in terms of sort of... They can somehow get a good design that covers... Oh no, this is not good. Because 3 and 5 are not compatible. So these are now randomly 3 beacons, 4 beacons, 4 beacons, 5 beacons. Yeah, this is a 5 beacon because that's the one I want. I think it'll actually be better to just do this one space between. Because then they're all affected by 5 beacons. Except for these two. $418 is about the minimum I think is enough. Okay, so let's say that that's a thing. How would I route this? I think I would route it like this. And then this one also has to come up here, but that can go from the side.
Welcome back.
Hey,
Your
Toby Lugi,
steadfast
thank you for the
loyalty is
4 months.
greatly appreciated.
That can just be. Actually, that's probably over on the side. I want to flip these. Yep. That should be our unit. That's actually worse. No, it's actually not worse because it's perfect. Because then I can just go here, for example, or whatever.
but this is much nicer. Yep, I'm gonna kill this. Goodbye. Greetings from Germany. Hello, good evening, Germany. And oh, I'm kind of thinking about something that could be sexy, but it could also be non-functional. Like this one. I think this qualifies as sexy. Oh yes. Very sexy indeed. That's now available. And that's completely incorrect because that's totally not what I wanted to do. Never mind. Don't look at this. Just go like, look at this. This is what I did. Wrong fluid. I don't know what you. There's no wrong fluid here. I don't know what you're talking about. The only problem is, what about that one? Can you? Ooh, ooh, oh, the sexiness gets even more sexiness. Are you kidding me? This is brilliant. And then they branch. Probably not like this. This one, yeah. I wanted to avoid this one, but I couldn't. Huh? Okay. I am liking this. Now we have the other one, this one. But there's also a problem, like, oh, is this enough? Well, we don't have the light oil yet, so... So now we get this one. What is this? This is the water. Okay, so water goes here. And that one. Making sure that we have enough of this. This is the maximum I can have, so we'll balance it according to this, because this is just so beautiful that I don't know what to do if this doesn't work. And then flip, flip, flip. I think these designs just got so much better after we can flip this. That just makes it so much nicer. Yeah. Alright, so now I should look at only whether the heavy oil is being consumed.
Yes. Okay, so let's scale this down until we... Just looking at heavy oil. We're still over-consuming the heavy oil, but now we're under-consuming it. Yes. Okay, so this is consuming all the heavy oil we have. That's nice. And... I think I want to have them over here. Nope. Oops, that is also not there yet. We're gonna have a little bit of a squeeze with some of these things here. Let's see. Hydrate. Yeah, we'll cross that water bridge later on. A little bit in doubt whether it should be one way or the other way. Okay, these two, and that one. These two and that one. No. So the water. This is the closer one, and water goes out. This is the design. So let's try to stick to this. And we'll figure out something about this. Like, for example, we can easily get water from here into this one. So, like, getting the water flow is not a problem, but getting the steam down here is a problem, and also because I need to build. My idea is that's going to be like this. Oops. Or maybe like this. Also getting the light oil from heavy cracking to the light cracking, slight problem. Getting this one. Yes. But first I have another issue that I need to see, because let's take this one a little bit out so it doesn't confuse me. It will though. Just looking at heavy oil, yes, we're consuming it. Then looking at light oil, we're way over consuming it. So this is good news, that I don't need to have this many, which means that the next problem that you were mentioning is not really a problem after all. We don't need this one. Just need here. We definitely don't need this one either. And that gets all the other stuff so much easier. So we can do it again. As they were still like way over consuming. So we can still knock out some of these if we want to. It just becomes a little bit silly somehow. Like this. Still 200 overbuilt. Really? That was the... So this is the ideal. That means all this is useless. That means also I can go here. Oh, we can definitely clean up some of this part. They have to be here. This one also has to be here. This water thingy is weird. This thing is weird. Oh. Try again. Oh no, we're not consuming all of it, but that's okay because we are not producing quite as much light oil as I think because of that one. So this is going to be fine. That means 472 and oh, it's going to be good. It's going to be good. Almost. Fuck. It's not quite there. Damn, it's not quite there. Oh, I thought it was just good enough. The water input. Yeah. Yeah, but if I do 62.67 and divide it by 489.6 and multiply by 472, I think it was, then it's actually just remarkably close. So yeah, okay. It is 472. Yeah, 472. And is it actually making this? No, it's actually not quite making this because I'm over consuming the heavy oil here. So it is going to be a little short. I'll do a little short for a stormtrooper. That means if I could do like this. It really didn't change much. Wow. From 26 to 19, so it's only like, yeah, okay. That's not much because it's only affecting a single one. Yeah. And diminishing returns. Okay, I'm gonna get... So we're gonna get light oil here. And that needs to just go into that one. That should not be difficult. So now the light oil is connected. Oh. Power pulse? Ah. Petrol output. Alright, that one, yes. Right, so heavy oil. Let's trace the heavy oil. Heavy oil is going up, in here, and in there. And it's circulating back and forth, so that's fine. If I wanted to be really safe, then I would put in one of these to make sure that this only pushes up once something. But I don't know. That doesn't seem like something we need to do anymore. Now I have it. Alright, so light oil comes out here, goes down, merges in here together with all the light oil from all of these. That goes light oil, yep. And that becomes petroleum. Petroleum comes out here and merges in with all the petroleum coming out. So this is our petroleum. Good. That means now I can look at this one. That's a pretty neat place. Ah, beacons. Don't like that beacon. Double affecting us. Like, the whole idea was it's built perfectly balanced, like all things should be. Yeah. And then lost that. Coal and more coal. Right. I don't know why this is working. Well, it'll stop working anyway. Right, so the only thing I need now is the water production and the steam production. Luckily they are kind of the same, so let's have a look. Steam. How much steam do we need for this? 270 something. Done. So it's more the water that's going to be an issue. How much water do we need? And we can pretty much trust this number, so it's 851. If 850 water. That's kind of a lot. So this can consume 1,000, 1,000, this produces 2,000. So this is the ratio for sort of even trade. And this will only produce 2 times 90. Don't forget to connect heavy oil. What? Connect heavy oil. I have connected heavy oil. I don't know. What do you mean? How about a design for the plastic chemical plants that is also one line and uses the same beacon line as light to gas cracking? And then take this one out because I love this design. I think that's the crux of it. I love this design. So it's so nice and compact. So I'm gonna over prioritize this because it's so beautiful. Well, this is gonna need some beacons. How do we make this with beacons in mind? How about this? Now we get to this annoying thing about... It gets us at exactly what we want, so that's good. But does it also give us the 270 on top of that? Yeah, it's a small surplus. 50, yes, because on a normal day, 50 is 500. So this one is overproducing water by 50, and those 50 that's overproducing corresponds to 500 steam. And 500 steams is more than I need for down here for the steam. So this build is actually just perfect, surprisingly. What are your thoughts on if you have enough space using a simple coal liquefaction to kickstart the coal liquefaction, then disable after job's done? That's a good idea, I think. I don't know if it's ever really relevant, but it's definitely... it's a thing. Feels odd, this part. Yeah, does feel really odd. Let me just try something else. What if it's like this instead? Ooh. That makes this one a little bit more difficult to get in. I'm also just now I'm stuck in this symmetry hell. Where I'm like, oh, I need this to be symmetrical, but I don't really need it to be that symmetrical, do I? I think I want to group this whole thing around one beacon. Which means this is not going to work because you can't reach that. But what it can do is This design actually works. Because this is a design I've been used a million times before. There. Then this one gets easier. I don't like that it's only on one side. And then water out here. I think that's nicer. Oh god, I hate it if I don't do this, but I don't know. There we go. That's better. Slowly progressing. Then this one would also be better. This would be even better. And then you go out. You go down here. And then the other one goes back in here. Oh, I love the buffer. And that makes it so much easier to get stuff in here. Okay, we're getting somewhere. I love this part of design process where you just gradually compress, compact. Like, there we go. That's the thing. And everything is still affected. So this is a singular thing. See, water is not anywhere. I can get that water over here. That one. And then no water, no more water in. Ooh. There you go. Water flows out like that. Water is here. And oh. The problem with this one is kind of, where is my inputs and outputs? I would usually sort of go, it goes in from the bottom, comes out the top, for I don't know what reason. But in this case, I'm like, oh, this sulfuric acid comes in from the side, and the coal comes in from the other side, and which is, oh, yeah, I also need to get the steam out. Steam needs to go, it can't go on this side, because there's just no more room. So steam has to go on this side here. Means here. I like this going so far. Don't like. I like it. Is that a stream or this is steam? Oh right, this is not supposed to be like that. It's supposed to be. You're right. Okay, so now is the time. Now is the winter of our discontent. We will try and see what comes of this. I'm gonna build my belt measuring tool here, because I'm a little bit concerned whether we actually have enough. Right? This one.
Now the question was, should I do something about like a cold liquefaction specifically to kickstart it? I don't dislike the idea, because we do have to kickstart it somehow. Coal's over here. Sulfuric acid is kind of over there. Like this one really wants to be over here, so it's close to it, so I can just get the coal going up here and then go in. But if I move it over here, then I still have to get the heavy oil. No, the heavy oil can go in there. Okay. So maybe you just get pushed over a little bit more. And then we forget this one again. So this is fine, but what the hell are we going to do about you? This is starting to become a big problem. Turn plastic. Let's try this. And then the water comes in here or here. Okay, well that's not awful. There. Dislike this one, because it affects this one, which it shouldn't be, but yep. And then this is less important. This is more important. Oh, how I don't like this being vertical. Oh, it's horizontal. I really dislike that. I can feel it. The water there is fine. I like it. Turn the entire building. Turn everything. Yeah, maybe. Well, what if we pretend that we can always do that later. And then there was the cold liquefaction thingy. I just don't want to be putting too much effort into this because it is not important ultimately. Like that can get the sulfuric acid and then can get the other one in. I also need the coal coming in here, so let's say coal's coming in from this side. And this one.
Sulfuric acid. Oh, I haven't done any power poles. Oh, I've skipped power poles completely. I hate when I get so careless about this. Can the calcium be passed through the chemical machine? No. You can't pick up from this one. It doesn't pick it up. I'm saying it confident, but I'm always testing just to make sure, because something. Yeah, such a shame. Yeah. I mean, if it was a beacon, it could steal the the power, the stuff out of it, but no. Oh. That one goes in. This one goes in. Fine. Yeah. But this one shouldn't be working, right? Ah! Shit, I forgot. I need to take a break. Yeah. I forgot that this one needs coal as well. Shoot, that makes it a little bit worse. And by a little bit, I mean a lot. Well, break time. Well, we have 1 hour to fix that. Oops, I forgot. Be back in 2 minutes, and then we'll fix it and figure it out. All right, welcome back. So I think I'm gonna take this whole thing and somehow restart it. Not restart it, but rebuild it, because I think what I really want to do is basically take this part and shift it up, so this the plastic part goes below, so that I have this plastic line and the plastic line that inevitably needs to go in here next to each other. Each of these are going to request 7.4 so that means it has to be here. It can't be there. This is non-functional. Because yeah, if you look at the other ones, they don't have anywhere that they can pick up. So it's only the, like, that just doesn't work. I could make it here. Let me make sure that we use the middle one here, like this too. But can these even keep up with that one of 8.1 per second? No, they cannot. And how much, oops, does this actually require? It's actually an insane amount. Nope, just less than a belt. So what I need to do is I need to have a belt running there. Which means... Ah. Could you put extra... Ooh, that's a much better idea. Thank you. Huh. If they can reach. I don't know about these... this is max distance. Oh, this is max distance. But that's okay. What else do I have? These are not max distance. This is not max distance. Okay, so it's only this one, but that's inconsequential. So I can get... But it's still not great because it's no longer the same place, but it's definitely a better option. But then I can go something like these two are coming in and you're going to go over here. Or maybe I don't need this. And then I can just say, well... I also think I need to be taking the power poles a little more serious now. But let me kill this and just make sure that we have power poles functional. Ooh, that's not a thing. And lights, of course. Yep. And then a connection between these two. And then this entire build, I actually want that to be placed here. Okay. Because this one. Don't like it. Or maybe this one isn't doing... No, this is only 24. So there's plenty of stuff coming through. No problem. For that one. Which will then have a pump. Because I need to control when this is active. Yeah. And then I also need this thing. And I would imagine that this, oh, this coal liquefaction needs 25 oil to get started. So the easiest way is just to say, you are reading, including the crafting. This one is enabled when this is less than 25. So if I don't have enough to get this started, it don't need to go. That's simple, right? No need to control the one can work. So what is the pump for? One way, nothing really. Doesn't do anything. But we now have the issue that I need sulfuric acid on this side, which is not something I like. Unless I also decide that this is where I built this monstrosity. I mean, could be done. Ish, can't. This one also needs to get then the light oil or the petroleum in here, which is not going to be easy. So I might be a little bit overambitious now. Let's do the rest of it. Let's do this part. And then look at it. This is the... Yeah. Here, that one. This actually also could and should be out here, but then it gets into conflict with all that crap. I can't get it on top here because... I mean, it could go in here. Want to see something stupid? No, it can't work like that. Ah, good. There. This is the output. That could be like this. And then go into stuff like that one. Feels weird, but maybe viable. Definitely rules out this one here, which means that now I have these diagonal completely opposite of each other. I have a feeling I have made this more complicated than it has to be. So far. Okay, so we're taking petroleum from here and down there. And we're taking this from here to there. I was trying your rocket build for science, but once you reach legendary, it doesn't work that well. Oh, of course. The ship comes back while the silos are still building. Huh? Your rocket build? What rocket build? Okay, my rocket build, like this one. Just put some beacons in. Ah, this one. Yeah, this is definitely. Look at this. This is not designed for beacons. Well, it is designed that you can always put beacons in, but you can easily just put in a few beacons here and here. If you just put in a beacon there and there, it should be fine, because they max out really easily. So
I wouldn't be so concerned about it. Right, this is, yeah, you don't need beacons in the beginning, but you definitely need beacons later on. Don't have space? There we go. Done. It's not a problem. That's part of the design. Okay. Another option that would make this maybe less silly would be switching this build and this build. So you're going to go up here. And then out and happiness. Ta-da! And you know, it can even be further up here just to make even clearer that this is where it goes. Okay, so now I just need petroleum up here. Well, no, I got petroleum, which is now like a much cleaner way in. It's super easy to see. Yeah, that makes sense. I get it from here and go in straight. Perfect. Then I can also just say this monstrosity might be fine to build down here. And I just need somehow this to get in. I'll just do that. Yep. Calcite. Sulfuric acid comes in here. Oh, that was not a great idea. Oops. Whatever. Perfect. That was much better. Much better. Just this one. This is... Oops. Oops. So I have a little bit of an issue with all the lack of power. Oh, hold on. Nice. So much easier now. Okay, this is gradually starting to be less freaking awful. And then the next question is, this part, does it have to go past on this location? It could also go past somewhere else. Not really. No, only here. Or here. No. No, it has to go. It has to go that way. Heavy oil. Heavy oil. Heavy oil. Heavy oil. Read content, including crafting. Maybe there's another way. There you go. Better-ish.
Why is this not connected to that one? Oh, that one. Next one. Need a connection between this side and this side, and this one as well. Yeah. Okay. Next strong. Yeah, I could fit some here instead. Yes, you're right. But then I'm having a mix of this one works better with power poles, this works better with power poles, and then I have a mix of substations and power poles. And I feel that once I get started on one, then it feels better. Okay, this is what? What is this? This is petroleum. Okay, so petroleum goes, that is already taken care of. But the water is still, the water is there. Okay, good. Do we think that it works? I have no idea. But I think it looks much nicer now. The one thing though is this one seems a little bit much to the side, and it's also like really annoying to get this out because that means I have to get a line like this, which I really don't like. But the issue is that, okay, actually, what if much better, because then I can use this one to get my sulfuric acid inbound. This one's working. Get a little bit. This doesn't have steam. Why does it not have steam? There. So, steam coming out. Steam going in. And just as soon as this one gets to 25, get one more craft. Ooh, exciting, exciting. Is it gonna work? Oh, it started working, and this one should be disabled now. So as soon as one of them is working, it starts flowing. The main issue is, have I mixed up some belts or messed up some belts? Luckily, it's harder to just mix belts, but it still can easily happen for someone like me. Someone as skilled as me, it can easily happen to. Skilled at messing things up. And this one. Looks. They're not quite just hitting the max all the time. They have to go up to 40 and then get stuck. See, look at that. There's a little blinking here. Let's see if all of these are working. So this is working entirely. That's good. Then the question is everything else working? Yes, this is working steady. This is working steady. So I guess the whole build is working entirely awesomely working right now, except that it's just not big enough. The build is just 10 petroleum per second short. think there is space to scoot the water module to the right one tile. There is. If I do that, then the chemical plants are not in a row. That's why I don't do it. Because then I was thinking like we could just swap the water and the heavy oil, but then the heavy oil has to go up here. And then by swapping these, they are going to be in conflict. So I was thinking about it, but I couldn't get it to work. Lamps. Sure. Hmm. Right. Oh. Yeah, okay. Now it's consistent with the other ones. So all the oil we have is being consumed. If we wanted, if we just kind of do all of this. Okay, I'm gonna take you out and then I'm gonna do it because I don't want that to be part of the text here. Water, I have an excess, good. Light oil, I have an excess. I have a slight deficit here and I have a slight deficit here. And since the deficit is on heavy oil, then there's nothing I can do about it because the heavy oil is just, that's our bottleneck. That being said, I think we have a really good design here. Food stuff for extra oil? No, I'm definitely not doing that. That's, yeah, that's it feels awful to do that. But why did it stop working? Something has stopped working. Why? Oh, I'm not consuming enough light oil. What the hell's going on? Light oil, light oil. Light oil is full? Is it? Yeah, it's full. Why? Water is stuck. Uh-huh. Ah, there we go. It's this one. Because this is actually using quite a lot. And this is shitty robots and all that stuff. It's coming from these boxes down here. You can connect the water more towards the south? I don't know. What? Ah, yeah, the water actually continues up here. That's actually true. That is a little bit of a silly build for the water. Now it's working again. Were you aware that when using rate calculator you can remove machines from the current selection by shift right clicking them with the tool? No. Shift right click. I was not aware. Nice. Sweet. That's handy. Nice. Okay, so at the end of the day, this doesn't have anything I don't like. Add a few more beacons behind the first refineries to get a bit more oil. Ooh, yes, I could, but I really dislike that idea.
That doesn't change anything. Okay. Okay, so it's only machines, not beacons. Beacons and heavy oil doesn't make a difference. Like, okay. But thank you. This actually made everything positive. It just made a little bit more of this, a little bit more of this. And since I could then... Now I'm going to start down the path of regret. But now I might be short on water. That definitely gets something. I'm still not consuming it. That's odd. Oh, that's because it's the wrong one. It was one of these I wanted to add. Now I'm consuming all of it, yes. And there's a slight surplus here. We're also now having an excess of that. Oh yeah, remember to remove the Kickstarter from the calculation. Great idea. So I remove this, and I remove that, which ends... Okay, so I didn't need to add this one. I don't... Right now... I'm converting all of the heavy oil to light oil, so that's good. I'm converting all the light oil to petroleum. That's good. And now the petroleum, as it's plus 62 here and plus 40 here, that means it's probably canceling out. But it's certainly getting a little bit better. And let me clean up this part then. Okay. Surplus petroleum is fine. But I don't actually have surplus petroleum. It just looks like it. It's because we are... Yeah. This minus 11 and this minus 62 is more than this 40 here. So the 40 excess is actually fake because it assumes that we have some heavy oil that we can convert to light oil, that we can convert to petroleum, but we don't. So it's not. Steam. Funny how it doesn't recognize that we're consuming the steam. Oh, right, that's a problem. How is this one just not getting it? Deliver? Still only says deliver 20. Why are they not coming in here? This is a mystery to me. Oh, because this idiot here does not have request from buffer chest. I hate buffer chest. Who the hell made me make buffer chests? This is it, right? This is the thing. Now they're gonna go in here. Fuck. Yep.
could actually be running out of water because of this stupid annoying thing with the maximum throughput on these. No, 3,000 is the highest, or 6,000 is the highest if it has both inputs, so it should work. As long as they are producing all the time, it's just a matter of can I get it out there, and the other ones, it should be. Alright, and... it's hard with these kind of builds to just kind of gauge if it is working and why, if it's slightly not working. Like, there's a non-zero amount of petroleum here. Which means that these are full. Great. Okay, so we now have everything here is full of petroleum. Right? That's good. And this one is actually increasing. I think we're onto something. Like that single thing here was making a big difference. Huh. I don't like it, but it's there. So the only thing though is this is not really yeah, what I don't like about this is the fact that there are holes in it. And there are holes because this one will... there is a hole. It's not output constraint, it's belt swing stupidity. And see, this one should be... it's waiting. I'm gonna try something. That should work better. Yeah. But the other ones are always working. They will not have issues with outputting. This one will have issues with outputting. Output full. An ingredient shortage. Much better. Insert on top, I was also thinking about it, but if I do that, then I have to also get power poles and So, that's why. But this is fine. I think this is the only thing we could do is we could take the whole damn thing here and put it one down so that this belt would look nicer. Wow, big issue. Big change. I love these builds. This is a very, very nice build. So this is also one of the things that are just absolutely amazing about Factorio. Like, there are not that many games where you can spend this much... oh, it's raining. This much time on a design and come up with something that actually just works. Huge change, yes. Yeah, this is all plastic build. That's a really nice plastic build. 60 plastic per second is a really nice amount of plastic to produce, and it's just a like, what do you need for it? Well, you need calcite nearby, of course, to bring it in. To move the Kickstarter refinery one to the left. Agree. Huge change. Like, everything about it I really like. Like, I love the fact that all the way around I have one tile empty. Which is super annoying and stupid that I do that, but because I'm basically just saying my city blocks are not... they're not 50 by 50 because I take 2 out for this. So they're not 46 by 46.
they're actually smaller because they're only 44 wide. And yeah, that's just the way it is. How viable is just reserving a chunk of the next door block for plastic production rather than bringing it in by bots? Bots are less than optimal for high throughput. You're absolutely right. Absolutely right. Like, for example, for this one, the answer would not be bringing it in with robots. It would be just make this plastic next to the LDS. And then your question would be, well, do we want to make a block that makes 60 plastic per second for something like here that needs 3.6 plastic per second? No. That would be my answer. No. But maybe here, this is like 11 per second. I still don't like it. But you could also just make one and then build it into the other ones. That would be fine. Go put a single storage tank above the Kickstarter refinery so the inserter grabbing coal for the Kickstarter only activates if the storage tank is less than 5k. But it doesn't need to. Your proposal is just more entities that don't add anything. Like this one is locked and it won't start until this one is starved, and it won't be starved ever after the first iteration. And ooh, sorry. And if it is, then it'll just kickstart again. The Kickstarter works completely fully automated now. I love the rockets above the signs. Yeah, me too. Thank you, Benjamin. That's I like that too. Yeah. So we can say, okay, we have the signs. We don't, because at this point I don't know what this does. I have no clue. I have no idea what this is. Or this is what the hell is this? I don't know. But that doesn't matter, because ultimately we just look at the colors. The only thing here is this is only putting out on one side. Is that a problem? No. No, not really. But the kickstart can only start first, so what's the point to control it? Because I don't want it to run right now. Like when it is operational now, I don't want this one to do anything. So I want to just deactivate it. Otherwise, this one is starting to work and consuming coal and calcite in too high quantities just to produce a little bit of extra coal. I don't want that. That's not my intention. This is better to do it this way than that way. So. Yeah. Right. Okay, I'm really liking this. I can take this one out now. Yeah. So we now have plastic and LDS and blue circuits and red circuits and green circuits and all the science and modules. What do we need? What more do we need on volcanoes? Oh, there's one more thing which we can't do today. Rocket fuel? Yeah, but rocket fuel is annoying. So I'm making rocket fuel my starter one here. And I don't know how to make better rocket fuel because I'm going to end up with some... Oh, I can actually make it because I can make rocket fuel. I can make solid fuel out of petroleum as well. Yeah, maybe we should make a separate one for that. Yeah, cryoplants? No, because cryoplant build is completely different. I think maybe I can show you the cryoplant build. No. Well, I will do it anyway. I'll just take a save for this one. Let's call it 17.5. And I'm going to upload that for you, dear patrons, right now, because otherwise I forget it. And by the time we're done with the stream, I am tired. So I'm going to upload it, and it's going to be Factorio Space Age Masterclass Saves. And this one will be called 17.1. So .5.
masterclass shortcuts. Here. That's getting uploaded. And I'm also just right now uploading the saves from the previous one we did yesterday. The yesterday's Factorio stream also had a really cool upgrade. So I'm going to take that. That's 331.1. Very important. So those are now updated to the save location for patrons. But since I saved, I can then log in and show you the build here. While also protecting the ships under construction from medium asteroids. When will next Factorio Let's Play start? Closer to Christmas. Okay, so the reason why plastic for cryogenic plants is because it looks like this. This is something very different. And this, how much is this producing? It's not even like maxed out on beacons or anything. 2,200 per second. So, blah. It's completely different. So I'm not going to design something that can scale up to just be replaceable parts with something that gets to 2,200 per second, which is also kind of absurd because that means this train here has 16,000, so it fills up in less than 8 seconds. Do you see the problems with trains? And it just, like, it's just these 6 plus these 5 plus these, I don't know, 9 maybe, 10. That here, and then we also have some issue up here. And the biggest issue is just inputs and outputs. Yeah. But let me just show you the other cool thing that I built last time. Woo. Yeah, so Nicholas, when does next Factorio Let's Play start? When I feel that I'm pretty much done with the Factorio Let's with the master classes, because I need the master classes to actually get in there. What? Ugh. Dude! What the hell? Neighbors. Hey, Placo Cat, good evening. I don't understand anything. Well, maybe I do. At least they're nice and friendly, neighborly. Oh, I know why. I know why. It's because I was looking at this one. It was actually almost dying because it was consuming Biterex for no reason. I didn't understand it. So it was just like, just dump them to the ground. I'll figure it out then. Which is exactly what I'm going to have to do now. Come on. Friendly neighbors, out of the way. Yeah, we're just checking out the new build. I don't understand why I'm not getting any more of these. This has just been churning for a long time. Oh, now they get aggressive. Don't you dare eat some of these precious things. What? Really? I hate this because I shouldn't be starting to fix stuff because What? What? Yeah. Okay, I'm not producing it on this planet, so maybe that's why. And our science monitor here. Ooh, we actually have some here. That means the production should be peaking now. This is not complete. I wish I could change it and make it better. Or improve it, but this has a little bit of an issue like this thing here. It's some kind of weird setup. But I could do these things here, change it over to legendary status. Such a massive effort to do this. But love it. Basically need to make two, one for legendary, one for non-legendary, because some of them that are legendary, like, why do I not have this? Why do I not have this or this? Because they are legendary, so there's not actually a problem that I don't have them. I'm still producing. There's so much we need to debug with this. It's unbelievable. Like, why does it already go down? I don't know. I have no idea. Like, what is it? Like, if everything is there, what do we... And then I need to bring in some reinforced concrete plates, which I did not expect to be bringing in reinforced concrete plates to Novice. Or I make it here on Novice, which is also an option, but I don't know if I bother with that. There must be somewhere I make it. Yeah. But that's not what we do today, because I've actually loaded this up. I already did some debugging. Yeah, I did. I did some debugging off camera. I wanted to increase the production of this, which just meant that I ran out of the reinforced concrete. But yes, I was sitting there tinkering with a design here on like that one, like this design. I wanted to do a plastic build for late game that was just really simple. So I came up with this idea. And it makes... It's so stupid. It's so stupid. It makes like a modest 550 plastic per second. You know, casual. It doesn't quite do that, but it definitely makes enough. So it's, yeah, it's stupid. Yeah. Anyway, that's going to be it for tonight. I am very tired, so instead of stretching out the last 7 minutes, the macro plastic machine, yeah, it's pretty crazy. Like looking at this with what we've just built, I'm going, yeah, 60 per second, awesome, this is a good build. And you just look at this with one machine that makes 550 per second. Oh yeah, well that's something. Of course, it needs to get something inbound, but that's basically what we have here. Then the only thing I didn't get was the sulfuric acid, or sulfuric acid to steam and steam to water. And then once that's done, which will be 2 more machines maybe, and then we'll just see how that goes. And then it will be like, here's a build, 550 plastic, which is something I was thinking about it for like late game builds. When we have, let's say, late game build, I want to make blue science. Then I'm like, I need plastic. Then just stamp that module down and it's going to be fine. So, good. Happy. Which time should I bother to get epic quality? None. None at all. I don't use epic quality. Exception is modules, quality modules. Quality modules, I make those in epic until I get legendaries. Nothing else I bother to make it into. I would even go so far as to say that maybe I don't even want to personal batteries. I don't apparently shut up. Apparently personal batteries. Apparently, yes. Let's hurry up and leave this. Well, at least you noticed. Well, we should fix that next time. So tomorrow I'll be continuing this mega base build and maybe upgrading my equipment to legendaries instead of looking like a scrub with only epic batteries. So anyway, thank you very much for watching. Thank you for the glorious hype train. That was super amazing. And in particular, Devis, who was carrying the majority of this. So thank you. Good night. Take care. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Tomorrow will be probably a little bit later because I need to celebrate the summer solstice. So with the kids, but they come home. So I've set it that they start at 9 o'clock instead of 8 o'clock. So like 1 hour later. But it might be a little bit earlier, a little bit later. So check Discord so you get the notification. And for patrons, you have the save games both for the mega base and for the test worlds. So you get the designs we did today. Thank you, everyone. Good night. Take care. And stay effective.